Morena. Kia ora koutou, no mai haere mai. Welcome. It's my pleasure to resume this hearing for the application by DJ Jones and NR Searell Family Trust for subdivision consent at Terrace Street, Bannockburn. I think for those who weren't here yesterday, my name is Ros Day Cleven. I'm an independent commissioner appointed as chair of this hearing panel.
Gary Ray, independent commissioner.
Thank you.
Kirsten Roy, consultant planner and section 2 surveyor. You've gone through the consultant landscape architect, working from school and the awards you've received.
Taryn Lyons, and I'm hearing administrator. Karen Smith, I'm a hearing administrator.
Thank you. So this morning we begin hearing from submitters, continue hearing from submitters, and first up we have Bannockburn Responsible Development Inc., Birdie, and Mr. Gardner Hopkins, you're managing the submitter's case. We have 2 hours allocated. Is that's your understanding of?
Correct. We may not need it all,
Okay.
but we'll see how we go.
Thank you. We are finishing at 2:30 p.m. today. I think we have sufficient time for the 2-hour block, and then with the remaining submitters as well, and we'll hopefully be able to squeeze in a morning tea there as well. So yeah, over to you to open the case. Thank you.
If it's okay with the panel, we generally prefer to stand and I address the panel. It's
You're fine.
old habits die hard. And so I guess by way of introduction, we've seen Mr. Dicey here yesterday. We've got Mr. Murray, who will be giving some evidence shortly. And Ms. Stevens is not here just yet, but she won't be far away. So those are the principal witnesses for Birdie. And one thing that I didn't quite realise, but reading some of the notes that Mr. Dicey provided to me last night, in terms of the membership of Birdie, it is something like 46% of Bannockburn residents. And so I guess the submission is that it is a well-represented entity for those who live in the community and are particularly concerned about this development. And look, you won't have my representations. I won't sort of read them all out. But just, I guess, by way of opening, we went and looked at the site both last night and this morning, looking at the profile poles. In particular, we weren't aware that they were going up, but they were, I think, very helpful in terms of trying to understand what might be going where in terms of the development. The other thing that they, I guess, raised in terms of a few questions is, well, what does some of this mean? And so just looking at the site, some of the profile poles were quite high. Some have been waving around the wind a little bit, and some were low. And I guess as best as we can understand, the poles were intended to represent the height of potential buildings on the relevant lots. And we did hear for some of the sites that there was a profile pole sort of at the top of the building platform and right at the bottom. And then for other sites, there was a profile pole, I think, in sort of the middle of where a building might be developed. And I suppose that raised a few questions because some were higher, some were lower, and it did seem to suggest that there were potentially more earthworks required on site in order to achieve, if you like, platforms for buildings than perhaps had been shown as part of the application. And that caused us to look through the application material last night. And at least we couldn't find particularly comprehensive touch and fill plan for the earthworks. Now, there are one or two images, but they mostly seem to focus on the road, like 100, 101, I think it is.
Mhm.
And they don't seem to illustrate any earthworks for the building platforms, particularly on the more at the top of and cascading down the slope. And so it does raise a few questions in terms of what has consent been sought for. And I think that was a question that Mr. Ray, you asked yesterday in terms of well, what is this package of consents for? And going back to the application, it does seem it's intended to be both subdivision and land use. And incorporated in all of that, earthworks. But it seems like a lot of the detail of the earthworks has been effectively deferred to the engineering approval stage. And so there's not a lot of fine grained detail on how much earthworks, how much cut, how much fill, what is this site actually going to look like? And you can perhaps piece some of it together from the visuals and the like. But it does raise a question. Have all consent triggers been appropriately identified? And Mr. Murray might speak to this in a little bit more detail, but as I understand it, there are regional consent requirements where earthworks are over a certain volume. And it just would, again, looking at the polls, looking at the site, just trying to understand what's going on, it would look like they very well maybe triggered those requirements. And so there is a potential issue that some consents that are required have not been identified and have not been assessed. And so you're entitled to ask for more information about that. And it may well be a section 91 matter that you can say, well, it appears as if some additional consents are required. We'd like to understand what they are so we can assess the effects of the proposals before us. So part of me doesn't want to make too much of that, but there do seem to be some information gaps, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And just looking back at the original application, and I think this is the erosion and sediment control plan. Won't need to get you to turn there, but just so you have the reference, I think it's on, in terms of the PDF, page 417 of the original application document. And that's where it shows essentially cut fill around the road network, but not whole of it.
Thank you.
And it's got some notes there around where some sediment controls might be implemented on the site. So I guess that was some additional thinking that was generated from some of the discussion yesterday and from seeing the site. If I return to, I guess, the representations, what I intend to do is just walk you through them and talk to some of the points. We had some discussion yesterday about activity status. And I think there was some suggestion from at least one of the submitters that this might be non-compliant. It's my understanding that it is discretionary rather than triggering the non-compliant threshold offences. I don't say that lessens the I guess, the level of assessment or the level of evaluation and thought that needs to be given to the application. It simply means that there isn't that threshold gateway of no more than minor or not contrary to the objectives and policies. But to the extent that there are some objectives or policies, you could still find they are contrary to it. And again, Mr. Murray will, I think, take you to one or two objectives that we say require particular attention around the historic heritage of the site. And we think that's one of the issues that supposed to be fair to say hasn't been fully integrated into the assessments. There's been a heritage assessment, a landscape assessment, but the two from the submitter's perspective haven't been fully integrated as they might have been. And that is quite important, this aspect of the submitter's case in terms of historic heritage, and that's 6F matter, and also amenity and other issues that all interrelate. There are a lot of interlocking matters when you are looking at amenity values, historic heritage, and the like. And of course, the building block restriction, which sits, I think, probably fair to say, a little bit uncomfortably in terms of the plan and in terms of the supporting objectives and policies in the plan. And so to that extent, we say, well, the plan is not complete, the plan is not ideal in this regard. And you as decision makers are entitled to look at part 2 in particular in order to understand and inform your assessment of that building line restriction. And that's, I think, now relatively orthodox. We were in a bit of state of flux post King Salmon, but with RJ Davidson, with some of the other more recent authorities, they are very clear. You are entitled to look at part 2. Sometimes it might not help, might not add all that much, particularly with a recent plan and where it has coherency. And what we're saying as submitters is, well, this building line restriction, it's not particularly well supported in terms of a clear objective, a clear policy, and then the rule. But what we do say is the rule is quite clear on its face. And it's a combination of the text of the rule and the definition that work hand in hand. And the definition, and to some extent the rule, read a little bit like a policy, a directive policy. And the submitters, their members, and you heard from other submitters yesterday, put a lot of weight in that rule. And I think, the suggestion is it's been there for 37 years in one form or another, the building line restriction. And the original purpose, I had to decipher, Mr. Murray had some attachments that some of them were quite hard to read. But I did my best to decipher them. And the text that I could make out, and this is my paragraph 21, further buildings should be contained within the rim of the basin and not allowed to encroach on the skyline when viewed from the outside. And that the outward facing slopes to the north, east and south, and the slopes of the Carrot Range from the west should be protected from buildings. Now, that, as I understand, was taken from the equivalent of a section 42A report that informed the original district scheme. And that's where the building line restriction seems to have its genesis. And so we do say that this has got a long history. And I think there may be maybe one or two examples where that building line restriction has been breached in part. But what we've got here is, depending on how you count it, it's 11 or 12 buildings, or it's 11 or 12 lots that breach the building line restriction. That's been in place for 37 years. And the community understood, relied on, and hasn't been changed in any recent plan review. And there's a little bit of debate around change 19 as to whether the building line restriction is possibly in or not. And the change 19 decision, perhaps unhelpfully, isn't itself fully consistent or coherent, because as I understand it, in respect of some submissions, there were some adjustments made to the building line restriction. And yet, the panel seemed to accept the advice of the reported plan, and the building line restriction sat in chapter 12 and wasn't actually part of change 19. So it's a little uncertain, but I think for your purposes, in terms of this decision, the building line restriction essentially remains intact and has not been subject to a recent full review. And this proposal effectively is a collateral challenge to the building line restriction. Because this is not, we're not talking about around the margins, one or two buildings, parts of a building. We're talking about 11, possibly 12 buildings over, and many of them well over that building line restriction. So we see this as collateral, what we say it's a full frontal attack on the building line restriction.
I'm going to ask questions as we go, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for that. So Gordon Hopkins, just trying to understand, and you've quoted some of the things you've found, and Mr. Murray's found about some of the words that go with the BLR and what its purpose was. It seems to read as sort of protective, almost in a void, that buildings shall not project beyond the room and so on. But do you accept Mr. Fowler's submission that the rule framework would make it a conditional use? If someone wanted to breach that, it would be a conditional use, not a specified departure. And what I was going to ask you is, if that is the case, how do we reconcile the sort of a void thrust of it with the consenting framework, which would allow for application to be considered on merits?
So although I emphasize, if you like, the history and the genesis, I think we have to deal with the rule in today's terms.
Yes.
And so, and I have to accept that the rule triggers restricted discretionary status, not non-complying, not full discretionary in and of itself. I think there was some discussion yesterday about the slope instability issue and whether that triggered discretionary overall. We certainly take the view that yes, it does. And so that opens the door up a little bit more, if you like, to holistic consideration of the issues. But rather than trying to go back in time and think about conditional uses and specified departures and that sort of focus, I think it's more helpful to go, well, if it's full discretionary, it's open for you to look at anything that is relevant, even if it is restricted discretionary. One of the matters reserved for discretion is amenity values. And we do say that opens the door to a wide consideration, given the definition of amenity values under the RNA. And we do say that that also includes historic heritage as part of the amenity.
Yeah.
So if you're like any which way, you've got quite broad scope for consideration. You can take into account anything that you think is relevant, at least in terms of amenity values and the things that are inbuilt, hardwired into what amenity values are. Got in the definition.
So you would accept that it's a merit, it's still a merits assessment? Would you accept that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And I suppose coming back to your question, it's, I would see this as akin to an avoid policy. It's a protect policy. That's still, well, it's a protect rule, which can be read like a policy. And it is in that same category as an avoid effects on an outstanding landscape. It's a similar thing. It's the position. It's not an O&M, it's not an ONF, but it's a building line restriction. There's a line in the plan that, for better or worse, exists, and it has a rational basis behind it. And this application seeks to step right over and by a long measure.
But sorry to continue this, but the rational basis for it exists in a previous plan, not the current plan. That's the case, isn't it?
I have to accept that.
Yeah.
The genesis of the history is back in time.
Yeah.
And it was rolled over, perhaps not particularly well, should I say.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thanks, that was a useful discussion. Thank you.
I'll just pick up on that discussion as well. Thank you for walking us through that. When you say that the rule and the definition operate together with that strength of, I believe you've suggested that it would have the strength of an equivalent of an avoid policy. Is that an orthodox approach to interpreting, I guess, from a legal perspective or a planning perspective of the function of a rule? I'm aware that the strength of the avoid terminology is most related to policies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So as I think I've hopefully fairly accepted, this is an awkward rule. And it doesn't have particularly good policy support. There is one policy Mr. Murray will talk to you about shortly, that we say does provide some teeth, if you like, and if you're trying to follow the line from objectives into the rule, there is an objective. Mine 6 point. 6.2, 3.5. 6.3.5.
Thank you.
But look, it's awkward. And you have to make the best that you can. And that's obviously one of the principles of just general interpretation. It's the text and like the purpose and the context. And so if you look at the text, and as I say, this is because you have to read the definition as well as the two work together to provide what we would say is a very strong indication that there should not be buildings over the building line restriction. And that's in part or whole, and we've got 11 buildings, at least.
Okay, thank you for that.
So I think with that discussion, I have actually covered quite a bit in my written material, which probably gets me to about paragraph 26. and precedent and integrity of the plan. And this is a matter of also some concern for this particular submitter. It's not just prospect of this proposal. It's what this then means and represents for the integrity of the building line restriction. Look, that dovetails into the discussion we just had. If the building line restriction can effectively be disregarded or downplayed or just sidelined here for 11 or 12 lots, then why not 6 lots around the corner or 8 lots around the corner? And I know each application has to be assessed on its merits, and it might be that someone can fully support and justify some other departures, but this, so the emphasis here is this is very substantial and will set an expectation or a precedent that the building line can be breached. And so what the submitter is asking this panel to do is to say, actually, we uphold the integrity of the building line restriction. And there may be some room for movement around the margins. There may be 1 or 2 buildings, there may be 1 or 2 lots there. On the evidence are okay. But going this far, the position is it creates a very clear, or would create a very clear precedent that would be hard for later decision makers to ignore, or for later applicants to go, well, they had 11, we've only got 3.
Yeah.
What's the big deal? No, the line's no longer the line.
Yeah, but I just want to test one thing with you. If the building line restriction is a trigger for assessment, which it seems to be, because it results in RDA activity status, I'm just trying to understand if there's, say, a height limit 8 metres, which is regularly breached, because that's also a trigger, and the district council will process many consents for excess height breaches, for a number of reasons. Why would that be considered? Why would this be considered a precedent when it's commonplace to breach the height limit elsewhere? Just as a principle, I'm not saying the BLR might have more sort of rigor and purpose behind it, but as a trigger for assessment, why would this create a precedent when height breaches wouldn't?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it comes back to the wording and it comes back to the history.
Right.
And there's been some debate on this,
Yeah.
If this was an ONF line,
Yes.
or an ONL line,
Yeah.
then I think there would be more hesitation,
Yes.
including from the experts who are assessing this. And what we are trying to say is, well, actually, the BLR is a bit like that, or it's a lot like that. Actually, it's similar to an ONF. It's similar to the urban growth boundary. It has that sort of force, which is different to 8 metre height limit.
Yeah.
Then triggers a discretionary RDA assessment.
Yeah, but it nevertheless hasn't been identified as an ONF, and I guess, is it your case that there's a gap in the plan, that there's not enough thought gone into it, or it hasn't been properly analysed or reviewed, and that's the basis of the submission?
Yes.
Okay.
And that gets us into part,
Yeah.
which,
Right. Okay.
and as I said, I took you through at least some evidence as to the genesis of the building line restriction. But then once you're into the restrictive discretionary assessment, that if it includes amenity values, then we do say that includes historic heritage, under section 6F and other part 2 matters.
Okay,
And so I'm sort of floating through my submissions here, but I'm
no, it's really useful.
I'm around 39.
Yeah, it's really useful.
And I suppose
Mm.
this is quite unusual.
Mm.
And it's not all that often these days you have to go to part 2. Well, I've argued for this many times. But I think because there is this clear gap, this is one of those occasions where part 2 can help. And a lot of these things start then to work together. And we've got, as I say, historic heritage, and archaeological matters are part of that. And you've heard from an archaeological expert about many of the features on the site. And we've got water races. Well, it's water race hills. And a lot of those archaeological features, at least from what we understand, will be lost. And there's some debate as to adaptive reuse and having some sort of homage to the history. But at least as we see it, if you look at lots 100 and 101, the road, the gravel path that will be put alongside the historical water race, really that history not lost entirely. I can't take it that far, but significant modification. And elsewhere on the site, and this is so the building line restriction may not have been there for historic heritage purposes. It's for containment, visual containment. But the plan currently says amenity values, and amenity values is widely defined. And the applicant's own heritage expert identified lots, they just 17 to 20, as having the most historic heritage worth protecting on the site. And that's gone, that'll be gone. Building platforms that we don't have identified in an earthworks plan. Significant modification. And we just don't think that the values have been assessed in an integrated way. So it's just been a little bit piecemeal. It's been a landscape heritage or a visual amenity, just not all coordinated together. And I suppose if you were to allow us, then usually there's some sort of trade-off, if you like, or there's some sort of protection. And some of this has come up, I think, yesterday. Lot 40. Currently, it's just a balanced lot. And unless I missed something, there is no proposed vesting, there's no proposed consent notice, there's no proposed covenant that would prevent a future application to develop that site. Or to use that site as part of some calculation for a comprehensive development and to get some more density elsewhere by using this land. I think there's also been discussion about lot 50 and some questions raised as to whether it's practicable to develop in the future or whether it's not. But again, no certainty. And so the only certainty we've got is lot 30 to be vested as a reserve. And a large part of that to be used for mitigation planting, from what we can tell, to mitigate the effects of the building line restriction for the lots behind it. And that planting is over one of the water races with historic heritage. I think I did hear Mr. Milne say yesterday that one of the planning could be shifted back, so you wouldn't necessarily lose the water race, but a lot of these there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of mitigation going into the breaches of the building height restriction, essentially.
Yeah, sorry, just on lot 50, I'm just struggling to understand why we need certainty about what's happening on lot 50, because there's no mitigation proposed on that lot as part of this development. That's been put to us as standalone, quite separate developments, other than the informal walkways, which might need to be dealt with at a later stage. But what do you say about the connection between lot 50?
Yes, well, I try and look at these things holistically.
Yeah.
It's part of the subdivision. And if it is to be just a balanced lot with no restrictions, that's fine. It has to be confronted, or it should be acknowledged and confronted. If I think there was some suggestion that the walkways were important and that actually the topography means it's not actually that suitable for development, well then offer up some restrictions or have some restrictions imposed so there is less uncertainty into the future. And that's what this group is very concerned about, is the certainty into the future.
Oh.
And look, I think that probably covers most of what I wanted to talk to you about. Don't want to sort of belabor too many points. Hopefully it is clear that this is a very concerned and very representative part of the community that is worried about the precedent that this sets, as well as the specific effects from this to go ahead. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think I have covered what I was keen to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that your presentation and your representations are very clear. And we've been asking questions along the way, so that's been very helpful. Thank you for working with us on that. So we've noted the issues you've raised around section 91, section 92, and that's something certainly that we'd be interested in hearing from the applicant and also the council staff as well, Ms. Royce. And we'll get to on that later today.
I have remembered one thing.
Yes.
And this goes to certainty and lot 40.
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, there was possibly, on behalf of the applicant, some wish or being fairly relaxed about whether that could be vested in council. And I think the council is reserved team said, don't really want it. So there is, there is the ability for you standing as consent authority to impose that as a requirement. Now, council parks teams and the like don't like the idea of having assets vested if they don't want them. But I suppose what the point that I would make is you can. Got a subdivision application in front of you. If you require, in terms of the subdivision conditions, for lot 40 to be identified to vest, it will vest. And so when it comes to 223, survey plan shows it. And then when it comes to 224C, again, shows it. And that gets lodged with limits and it vests as an operation of law. And the council will have to deal with it. I'm not being very popular. But I suppose in terms of, as I say, the community here looking for certainty, that would be a huge thing.
If there would be certainty that it couldn't be developed, is that?
Correct,
coming from?
correct, because it would then be vested as reserve,
Yeah, okay.
just like lot 30. Sorry, that was a sort of postscript, but that was the last thing that I addressed on.
With that scenario, in terms of the land holding being a reserve, potentially vested, what would then happen to what the community would like to achieve in terms of walkways, pathways, if we have a reserve that is not necessarily something that can be supported?
Counts in terms of
Yeah.
its management in the long term.
Mm.
If it was vested as reserved, then we'd like to see other mechanisms, consent notice, covenants, easements in terms of the walkways, so there is certainty.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any further questions?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garner-Hopkins.
So if I can invite Mr. Dyson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm the person get one. Perfect.
Just the one number of copies.
Okay. Is this a summary statement? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Dicey. So you've just handed a summary statement that you're going to focus on today. So this is a summary of your written evidence.
My submission, again, evidence and some responses to
Thank you.
some of the statements that the applicants made during the.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you very much.
If you both to read it out,
Yes.
that's right. I would welcome questions during the process.
Yes.
So please feel free to interrupt me at any stage and have to make questions.
Thank you for that.
My name is James Dicey, and I am the chair of the Bannockburn Responsible Development Incorporated Society, or Birdie for short. My wife and I have lived directly opposite the applicant's site for over 20 years on our vineyard, and we're directly into the site. For reference, we live immediately above Martin Early, who you heard from yesterday. We share a common driveway with him, just after the bridge over Bannockburn Creek, it's called. I'm a farmer, specialising in grape growing, and we are also part owners of an eponymous wine brand. Fine wine, which we aspire to produce, as at its essence tells the story of the land it is grown on. And over the years, as we have lived on our vineyard and worked the land, we have formed a deep connection to both our site and the surrounding landscape. It informs our language, the narrative of our site, and our farming practices. My wife is an artist whose inspiration comes from her connection to the landscape. The applicant's site features regularly in her landscape paintings and imagery. I went into the gallery last night, and of the 15 paintings, the site, Wateryard Hill, and the associated site also owned by the applicant, was about 9 of those images in various shapes or forms. We have raised our family here and cannot ever consider living or moving elsewhere. We live here and play here, both on our property and in the swimming pool, as we call it, at the bottom of our driveway, known as the Bannockburn Inlet. That's where we take our kids swimming on hot summer days, where they learn to kneeboard and wake surf, and where we finish our summer floats down the Cowra arm of Lake Dunstan. We really value the rural outlook and the absence of built form. While I appreciate we don't own your view, the BLR provided some comfort that the township of Bannockburn would not encroach on the rural island I have portrayed. We, like our neighbours, personally have nothing to gain financially from opposing this resource consent, but the value we have all placed on the rural outlook has led us to reach deep into our pockets to fund the small coterie of experts we have scraped the funds together to engage. This includes not just those of us living in the Bannockburn Inlet, but other members of Birdie, some of whom have even less to gain than being physically separated from the site, but who feel strongly enough about how wrong this application is to also reach into their pockets and contribute. Some of the people I feel the sorriest is if this application is approved are those who will not have and cannot have a say in this process due to the way that the RMA works. The applicant has followed the proper process, but the views of other users of the inlet itself, the cycle trail users, some 200,000 of them plus since the cycle trail opened, and other recreational users of Bannockburn who spend quality time in Bannockburn Inlet and in the community cannot have a voice. All the people we have spoken to who use that space are strongly opposed to houses looming over the inlet. In my evidence on behalf of Birdie, I have provided the two key rationale for the creation of Birdie in the first place, namely the breach of minimum lot sizes under the ODP and the breach of the building line restriction. I understand with the acceptance of PC19, the minimum lot sizing is largely a non-issue, with the averaging being removed, the retention of minimum size, but the breach of our BLR is still the key issue. The society currently has 84 members out of a community of some 183 households, which represents approximately 46%. Quite a startling level of community sentiment and involvement. PRDI, Birdie, is not against responsible development. I've personally been responsible for most of the vineyards and associated properties in Bannockburn. Last count I did was about 96% of all the vineyards, so I am a property developer by background. If the applicant had complied with the rules of the CDC and not sought such an egregious breach of the BLR, the application would likely have had the support of the community despite some of the other flaws in the application. We need to acknowledge the historical contribution that the Jones family has had on helping fund the early potable and wastewater schemes in Bannockburn, as well as their continued willingness to let the community access the Bannockburn Inlet across their land. It is therefore confusing and difficult to reconcile their prior generosity with the application you see before you today. There has been complete silence from the applicant when it comes to consultation with the local community. We were completely surprised at the apparent offer for the community to take over Lot 40 by the applicant after the CDC apparently balked having the land vested with them. We wonder whether this just was so much lip service when no substantial protections have been proffered to ensure that tracks are developed and access is protected for the local community. As a minimum, some form of covenant preventing additional development and providing continued access to Lot 40 would seem to be sensible, although the ability resides with you, as I understand it. Mr. Garth Hopkins has just reinforced to vest the land with the CDC.
Mr. Dicey, just to ask you there, at paragraph 12, where you state we were completely surprised at the applicant offer for the community to take over lot 40. Could you just describe that for me?
This is related to some evidence Mr. Ford provided
Yes.
yesterday,
Yes.
where it appeared that there was an offer that if a community group such as Birdie or something similar were prepared to take over the land, that the applicant would entertain it. That's the first time we've ever heard that.
Okay. Right. Okay. So no discussion
No discussion
about that possibility today.
It's about complete radio silence today.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Continue, please.
In 13, given the approach to date, we can only consider that this offer be considered as disingenuous and that future development is considered for lot 40. The applicant has been there before with prior applications, I think have been referred to. What's to stop them from revisiting this in the future without appropriate protections? This really feels like death by 1,000 cuts when multiple bites of the cherry, to mix my metaphors, are going to be taken. Well, apologies for the farming reference, I couldn't help myself. Well-developed, maybe I should be referring to grapes rather
I was
than
just about to
cherries.
say grapes.
Well-developed detailed future development plans were presented by the applicant during PC 19, which indicates the direction of travel here as relates to intention. The precedent effect really must be considered as the applicant owns the land to the north of the current application site, not just the lot 50. So all the way to the end of Slaughter Hill to the current reserve land that sits there and all the way down to the bridge, which they have conveniently not discussed in this application, but certainly indicated during PC 19 that they would be developing in the future. I noted in my evidence on behalf of Birdie that several fatal flaws were present in the application, and nothing presented by the applicant yesterday alleviated any of the concerns I have had about the critical points. Specifically, in relation to the BLR, it was a CODC created rule which has survived for over 35 years, I think 37 years, including through the PC 19 process, where a number of parties, including the applicant and myself and Birdie, submitted on the BLR, and the commissioners accepted its validity, despite the assertions of the applicant that the BLR was not submitted on, which was what we heard yesterday. Understanding the history of this no-build area is vital so as to understand the context of its creation and why it survived. The current, despite its almost orphan status, as the Garden Hopkins is referred to, the current occupants of the CODC seats influencing the shape of this application should, in our view, have done more research on the BLR to understand why it was created, what it was protecting, and why it has survived. The short answer is that it is still as relevant today as it ever was. The underlying rationale for removing Bannockburn from site while approaching the township is as relevant today as it ever was, as is the need to protect the rural island, the users of the Bannockburn and their experience and value. Apart from one very minor breach that I'm aware of, which by the way was not notified by the CODC, the BLR is still intact.
Thank you. Excuse me, the location of that breach, where's that situated to your knowledge?
On the other side of the Bannockburn pub to the west of the site.
Okay. So yes. Yep, so that way. Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the plan in front of me.
Your left.
My left.
Yeah.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Dicey, at paragraph 17, where you've commented on a number of parties submitting on the building line restriction.
Yeah.
What's your understanding of the nature of those submissions to that process?
That the building line should remain as it is and intact and not be breached.
Right. So the demarcation of the line, was there any discussion around any of the provisions that would support that line, to your knowledge?
Provisions.
Any rules or policies or?
No,
So it was,
not as far as I was aware.
sure. So it was yeah, I see. Thank you.
We're not planners.
No.
Unfortunately, it's submitters, and that's
Yes.
the situation, and the pseudo orphan nature of the rule without supporting policies and framework to provide some substance. I think, as you've heard,
Yes.
been referred to as a bit poor articulation of the way that it's been transferred through the plans. But again, the nature of the intention of the rule and the way it's articulated is very prescriptive.
Yes.
I would interpret it.
Thank you.
And so all the submissions asked for the BLR to be retained, and no one asked for it to be removed, including the applicant.
Including the applicant. They went for a commercial area in, I think, what was called in the terms of the plan, and to correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Murray, but the medium lots are a lot smaller minimum lot size than the 1,500 metres. Square metres, and both the commercial and the medium density size development were both rejected by the commissioners as part of the PC19 process, and the large lot residential zoning, which applies to the area outside the BLR, was retained, while the 2,000 metre square averaging was removed.
Yeah.
It's now, I think if I'm correct there, it's now just the retention of the 1,500 square metres as a minimum lot size, which applies to the area outside the BLR.
Right, thanks for that.
Thank you.
The effects of the breach of the BLR have been poorly considered in our view. The experts have consistently used what I would classify as a de minimis approach, trying to present as little information as late as possible. A recent example of this was the height poles that were erected very late, presumably not to warn others in the community and in the users as to what was happening, which did not follow what I understand to be common practice of being erected at the outer corners of the building platforms. When I saw them and appreciated the scale and impact what has been proposed, it reconfirmed why we have opposed this development so vehemently. And it was brought to my attention by one of the other members who's sitting in the audience today that the same could very easily be said for the graphics which are presented to you on the walls behind you here, with a huge level of foreground, while technically correct, the way that they've been sized and shaped achieves a similar outcome. And you have to actually take yourself right up to the photograph to actually be able to see exactly where the proposed buildings and mitigations actually sit in them. And the intent, if looked on without understanding where the detail sits, is to actually, in my view, to confuse and to minimise rather than acting for your benefit, about providing additional information and benefit. You'll make those own decisions, but looking at this as a layperson, I find them to be distressing and actually not helpful at all. In addition to that, the visual representations are from a few select locations, most favourable to the applicant, and provide little overall context of the impact of other public spaces, such as the layover you found yourself pulled over into in one of your tours, and also the water component of the inlet. There seems to be an over-reliance on process to overwhelm common sense here when the application is viewed in its entirety. From a review this morning of the site poles, it became readily apparent that there will need to be significant and material cut and fill to achieve suitable building platforms. As I understand it, this is a land use consent, and as such, a complete earthwork plan should have been presented to you. Is this just poor planning or emblematic of a systematic underrepresentation of effects, which to us appears to have dogged this application? The suggestion that the eventual landowners should take the approach Wellington has, with massive piles, would further serve to increase the impact of the land with the apparent heights of the resultant buildings. The spatial representations do not present these cut fills in any meaningful way beyond some fanciful optimal outcome some 10 years in the future. There is a real need for a Bannockburn spatial plan to drag all the elements together, as I think Mr. Garth Hopkins alluded to before. There's a lot of disparate elements presented in this application. The lack of this has led to multiple appeals under PC19, and they are all going to suffer from the same lack of comprehensive overview and lack of cohesiveness. An example presented today was the apparent demand, or yesterday was the apparent demand for Bannockburn housing, and how this application was a necessary solution, part of the solution. What was not mentioned was the subdivision further up Hall Road. Stage 1 of Greycroft Estate is a 9-lot subdivision, which has been on the market for over 24 months, and they have been unable to sell the final 3 titles despite significantly dropping the price. While I appreciate a 30-year review is required of the council, the suggested demand is just not currently there, and beyond some assertions, no expert evidence has been provided that provides the necessary analysis. If all the appeals on Plan Change 19 are realised, and assuming 1,500 square metre sections and a conservative yield of 50%, by our calculations, this would equate to some 117 sections by our reckoning. This is an additional 64% of supply, excluding this application. Do we really have a problem? Without the extra data, I would suggest that any claims of solving issues is baseless and self-serving and based on conjecture only. As regards infrastructure, from what I heard yesterday, it is still not clear to me whether there actually is sufficient potable and wastewater capacity for the current breaches of the BLR. If future developments to the north of the site owned by the applicant utilise the precedent effect if this application was approved, then I am certain whether there would be capacity. As the applicant has just used the CODC model and not undertaken their own analysis, I am unsure how the applicant can satisfy you that there is sufficient capacity if the BLR is breached. We have also heard that the breach of the CODC roading rules as related to cul-de-sacs is still in play. I did not hear the transport expert address this in his evidence. The same applies to the lighting. There has been piecemeal attempts by the applicant to address parts of the lighting issue, with road lighting and some house lighting dealt with, but not in a holistic and comprehensive picture presented by a lighting expert. We did hear from the applicant that the CODC is more concerned about the retention of dark skies, but the cumulative effects of what has been proposed has not, in our view, been properly analysed and presented. The last item which came up yesterday was the lack of completion of the archaeological plan as required by Heritage New Zealand. As noted by the applicant's expert, there are 2 processes that run side by side, and apparently no certainty as to the outcome of such a process run via Heritage New Zealand. Feasibly, such a process could result in additional conditions that would necessitate a variation in conditions imposed during this application, but would effectively take it outside the current process. What I mean by that, it would have to be subject to variations if you made a decision or a determination in favour of the applicant. It is staggering that the applicant has had at least since 2017 to complete such a process, and they have not. It is my submission that this, in and of itself, presents so much uncertainty to you that you must make the decision that you should reject the application as it currently stands until this process is completed. In summary, this application has a number of unresolved material issues which by themselves should lead to the rejection of this application. When they are joined together, the combined flaws in the application we submit leave you with no other option other than to reject the application in its entirety, and we strongly urge you to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dicey, for your very clear presentation today. That's a very effective summary covering your submission and evidence. So thank you for that. Do you have any further questions?
Thank you. It's a very clear presentation, Mr. Dicey. Just one question. You mentioned in here that the Birdie is not opposed to responsible development. And I guess my question is, do you consider the BLR as a be all and end all that shall not be transgressed at all, or would you envisage the case has been made for some of the lots to go over that line? Have you got a principled position on it, or are you prepared to consider them on their merits? I guess is what I'm asking.
I guess there are always degrees or scale of breach.
Yes.
And depending where you view those from and the significance of those breaches will vary from different viewpoints and different perspectives.
Yeah.
Different members of the group will have different perspectives as well.
Sure.
So I'm going to give you my opinion and speak on behalf of everybody in the group. I was asked to undertake this exercise with another member who's been very actively involved with this from Birdie. And yes, there are sections and lots that do have less of an effect and will create less of transgression. So if you were to determine that this rule is entirely prescriptive and that through the use of language I don't fully understand here, so forgive me if I get the context wrong, but a restricted discretionary decision where you do decide that actually it is permissible to put a building on or over that, then obviously the effect of each one of those buildings is going to be different from different perspectives. My view is that the buildings to the south probably have lesser of an effect. This is a personal perspective. I'll reinforce that again, and I'm not speaking for the broader society. Those three lots.
I wonder if we could bring up the
18, 19 and 20. Ironically, they're probably going to result.
You'll see them, yeah.
We will still see them.
Yeah.
They're not hideable. They're there for a reason on the other side of the BLR.
Yeah.
But those sections are probably less visible from some of the spaces.
Yeah.
However, having said that, the compromise is that a lot of the historical archaeological features of the hill reside in that area.
Right.
And if the building platforms from my walk over from the site today are indicative, they're going to result in the most significant cut fill. So likely to have a significant effect, although if they are developed in the slightly optimal plan that's been presented by the applicant yesterday as to mitigation plannings and plantings and the resultant magnificent trees that we're about to see on that site. Maybe that has a lesser of an effect, but that would be the area that I would suggest to you that there may be some opportunities for less effect compared to other areas of the site.
And I think that Ms. Stephen has acknowledged that at least one of the, there might be more, have a low impact visually anyway, but you've also pointed to other considerations for us to take account of. But no, thank you for that answer. That's helpful.
If I could just expand on it, probably the lot which horrified me the most with the building piles that were up, but probably is I think lot 14, 13 and 14, which will be the most visible out of all of these.
Okay.
And then followed by 15 and 16, and then the partial breaches occupied by 3, I think it is, and 10. You asked me to grade that. If I've got that right, the map I've got there.
3 and 10.
Sorry, I'm not there.
3.
Is it 5 then, under the race hill sign?
5. 5's the partial one.
Yeah. I'll just go there. Thank you.
That's what, no.
So yes, so it's 5, 4 and 5 probably would be the next most significant.
Yeah.
15, 16, 17, 14 and 13 the most significant, and followed by 5 and 4.
I appreciate that answer, and I'll just emphasise that it doesn't diminish from your argument, which is that, we should consider the whole thing in totality. So, I fully understand that. So thank you for that.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dicey. That's no further questions.
And Mr. Stephen. Next.
Look at the landscape simulations up. It's like a lot of long numbers. Sorry, so the numbers. No, the simulations are the ones we had open yesterday. Yeah.
So that Ms. Stephen doesn't have summary.
Okay.
But I think she may have some notes briefly talk to
Thank you.
and be available to answer questions.
Lovely, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Stevens.
Morning.
We're just, if it's helpful, we're going to get these simulations up on screen. If there's an opportunity to refer to those, we'll have them visible. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, I'm just happy to answer questions really. I haven't really prepared any particular notes to, I just wrote notes to myself in case you answer the question.
Okay. Thank you. We'll dive straight on in. Okay, thank you. So there was discussion yesterday, we heard from Mr. Fowler and Mr. Milne around the reference points for the landscape assessments. And the applicant's landscape expert has focused on the ODP and PC19 as a reference point for that, the framing of the assessments.
Yeah.
And there was a suggestion that you were relying perhaps properly on some of the rural chapter. And in particular, there was this policy 7.2.8, management of change relating to the rural resource area. Were you able to turn your mind to their critique, if you like, of your approach? And I'd be interested in your comment or response to that.
Yes, well, you must appreciate I wrote this in some time ago on the relationship between chapter 7 and PC19, which to me was quite unclear.
Yes.
So I used chapter 7, which I understand now is probably less relevant than PC19 taking over. Just before I was searching through the large lot zone provisions, and it says in addition to the provisions in this chapter, the provisions in sections 1, 3, 6, 11 to 18 continue to apply. So I then went to section 6, which is urban. Previously I thought related to urban areas, the bigger urban areas, not anything, but I now realise it relates to all the townships, including Cranbourne. And there are objectives and policies within that about urban growth, protecting and maintaining and enhancing or ensuring there are no adverse effects on rural amenity values, adjoining rural resource areas. So, for example, objective 632, amenity value, manage urban growth development so as to promote the maintenance and enhancement of the environmental quality and amenity values of particular environments found within the district's urban areas. Actually, that's more to do with Vancouver's character. I can go back, I did screenshot the ones that I thought were relevant. So 6210, the effects of land use on adjoining rural areas. The adverse effects of land use activities within urban areas on adjoining rural areas need to be avoided, remedied, or mitigated. Urban land use activities may compromise amenity values of the rural environment, and then goes on to sustainable management. So it was the first one, A, compromise amenity values. So it seems to me that there is still direction in chapter 6 for taking into account the effect of urban expansion, particularly beyond areas that are in effect beyond an urban growth boundary, BOR, where it is not anticipated. So that would signal to me that there's a very cautious, conservative approach that needs to be taken.
Thank you. And just for clarity, you're looking at chapter 6
Yes.
of which planning instrument, of the operative or the
Yes, the operative,
operative plan? Okay, thank you.
because there's a direct reference to that in the large lot, the new chapter 7.
Yes, thank you. And given the underlying zone is like residential development is anticipated on this site, do those chapters apply? I'm thinking here, it'd be different if perhaps it would be different if there was an existing rural zoning or there was proposed urban.
I think it still does apply because to me, the BLR has a very clear role
Yes.
and it doesn't affect an urban growth boundary.
Okay, thank you. And what was the, you said there was a phrase at the beginning of the chapter that certain chapters still apply. Could you please just read that out?
So that's
For me?
under the large lot. Chapter, not the chapter beginning, I think it's still 7. At the very end of the introduction, it says, in addition to the provisions in this chapter, the provisions in sections 1 to 3, 6 and 11 to 18 continue to apply to the LLRZ.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question on, you said that the BLR is a urban growth boundary.
In effect,
Is it?
Um,
Is it? Because if, this application, for instance, could be treated as a restricted discretionary activity, whereas if it was proposed in a rural zone, it would be non-compliant. So it could be argued that it's not an urban growth boundary, but it's a trigger for assessment of anything that goes beyond it.
too, yes,
Yes,
true.
okay. I mean, it's probably more of a planning judgment, but it's useful to know you've viewed it as a boundary, a firm boundary. Yeah,
I don't think it's a very firm boundary. I'm
Okay.
opposed to topography. You did ask the question yesterday about the
Yeah.
line. I only examined it where it goes through where the lots are once it gets down into the gullies and on the other side I didn't look at it so carefully. But it very clearly follows the inside of knolls.
Right.
Now, the reason it doesn't follow the top of the knolls, which you might think on face of it would be the right place, is because you need to protect the airspace around that crest. Because if you have buildings allowed to be built right up to the knoll or on top of it, but on the west side of it, if you like, it's just as bad as if it were built on the other side of it. So it needs to be set back from the crest of the knolls to have any reasonable effect. It's protecting the airspace above it.
Can I ask? It's useful to hear that because I've been trying to probe, I guess, as to what the integrity of the line. You know, it's a line and everyone accepts what it is and has to be assessed. But that's the first time I've heard some discussion about why it's in the particular place it's in. And so is your evidence that it's there for, it's been robustly plotted, you know, is that clear? It's in the right place. Oh, okay.
Given the objective that was set out in the origins of the BLR, which was to contain
Yes,
the urban growth behind the rim of the basement, so you can define where the rim is.
yes,
And then think, okay, well, where should buildings be if it's to be
right.
visually discreet from outside views? And you have to be set back from the rim as well, because you've got the height of the building.
Back from the right, yes. That makes sense. Thank you for that. Sorry to interrupt that. It's useful.
Time to that.
So my next question relates to your assessment on the viewpoints.
Yep.
And we have had evidence in front of us which presented the scale from low to moderate, moderate to high, significant. And there was a question posed by Mr. Fowler around how you perhaps arrived at your overall assessment of significant, which I recall in your evidence in chief that you had arrived at the view that the effects were significant from some viewpoints or overall.
Right, so for a start, when Mr. Milne was referring to my rating yesterday, he's actually referring to visual effect, which is simply a magnitude of change. It's not validated, so it was incorrect to say that that was my assessment on visual energy, because it wasn't. It was just simply an assessment of visual effect, which is a degree of visual change that you would perceive from what it is now to what it is at 10 years. Now, in my evidence in chief and in my supplementary evidence, I very succinctly set out all the reasons for why I arrived at whether it was generally a moderate, some low, moderate, and high at times in terms of its visual effect.
Yes.
So that's just the magnitude of change. The effect on visual energy follows from that, and then you have to bring in all the factors that amenity is derived from in order to arrive at an assessment of effect on visual energy. Do you want me to go through those?
Yes, please.
They tend to repeat themselves. So the first thing is the open natural skyline. when I went and looked at the profile poles yesterday, and it reinforced my view when you're coming from the east along Henry Road, anywhere on the Duxton Trail, out from the water, you're looking at a reasonably natural, not entirely, because it's obviously quite modified by heritage, but it looks reasonably natural. It's got natural vegetation patterns. There's no buildings. In places you see the buildings of the township well behind, set within the basin, and as I understand it, that was what always was intended, that you'd get glimpses, but it wasn't out in front, and there are no buildings on the face either. And when you look around the other side of the basin, which is a bit different topographically, and it's entirely different in terms of vegetation cover, I think there was one dwelling that was reasonably close. But on the whole, there are no buildings or built form that are dominant. And on the west side, the natural ridgeline and skyline is there in its completeness. So that's the next one value. And then the actual open character of the entire western rim, if you like, of the development in it. As I said, there are no buildings. There are some minor things like fences and the heritage features which are constructed, but you don't really pick them up to some scale. No buildings. So the openness is a highly valued, high value as well. And then there's the containment of Bannockburn, which, as I understood, was always to be a community value, was that Bannockburn was small and contained, and somewhat of a surprise when you travel around the landscape and you suddenly enter into it. But the fact that it was spilling out, to me, was an assault on that particular value.
Thank you. Another question I had for you, Ms. Stevens, was around you had questioned the methodology used to represent the future built form and the simulations. And one of those aspects was interior design elements.
Yes.
And perhaps the simulations, in your view, had minimised potentially what that built form might look at when you take into account curtain interior elements.
Yes, I don't think it's a deliberate thing. I think I've just observed over many years of assessment that a lot of houses in our district, Queenstown Lakes, and probably here, are holiday homes. For long periods of time, they have curtains and blinds drawn, which are white on the back. So when you look at buildings, often it is the white windows that stand out, even in quite outstanding landscapes. And I've pointed it on several times, and I've made it a suggested condition regularly now that the interior, the backings of curtains and blinds be considered, because that stands out often more than windows glinting in the sun, because it's all the time. It's not just when the sun happens to incident of it. And I don't think, I haven't seen any other landscape architects actually taking that into account. So I don't think the colouring of the windows dark grey was deliberate. It's just in the rendering that they chose, and they were all the same colour as well. Obviously, the windows are not the same colour when you look at them in reality. But the blind effect can be quite significant when you have a lot of holiday homes, and in Bannockburn that may be the case.
Right.
I don't know. I've looked at them all.
And so you've said you've recommended those conditions of consent in some of the work that in other applications. Have those conditions been imposed on any consents granted? And
at other times they slipped through because it's a quite novel condition, and I don't think always other people appreciate the effect that curtains can have.
Right.
It's deliberately taken to show them.
Right. And do you have any insight as to how that can be controlled in terms of people's use of curtains?
That the backings to any window coverings have to be a certain LRB.
I see.
Same as cladding.
I see.
Cladding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you. That's helpful. Is there anything else you would like to highlight, talk us through from your supplementary or your evidence?
Let me just look at the notes I was making. One thing that when I was doing my research about the background to the BLR was that I recall there was some discussion as to whether changing it to a rural zoning might suffice in terms of protecting the values that they were trying to protect. But it was decided that having a BLR over the LR, oh, it wasn't LR, the BRR4 was a strong mechanism. So to me, that suggests that it could have been a rural zoning under that to the east of the line. And that would suggest that it was never anticipated that there would be residential development on that land, or it should be zoned for future residential development. So that was just an insight that I had.
And what was the source of that again, Ms. Stevens?
The Vincent County scheme.
Oh, yes,
It might be somewhere in there, I think, because that's pretty much where all the rationale comes from.
Yes.
That line.
Yes, we have copies of those documents, so we'll have a good look at that. Yeah. Okay. I will thank you. And anything further? Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't think there's anything that would be really of assistance to you that you haven't really had any questioning.
Thank you. We may have another question.
Yeah, sorry, so I've been writing notes, I may have missed dealing with this, but the criticism of the viewpoints that's been raised by some submitters yesterday has not been represented, and I think it was touched on today. Have you got any comment on firstly the location of the viewpoints, and secondly the foreground type issues and those sorts of things? So, do you think they're fair? I mean, an applicant might put to us the best possible scenario, but submitters might also put to us the worst possible scenario. So we have to potentially, find a middle ground. But have you got any comment on the representativeness of the simulations?
Well, I think in my evidence, I said that I felt it was reasonably representative.
Reasonably,
There were 2 or 3 that I felt had been missed. But I did comment that and you can only do so many simulations.
I know.
It's a very complex process, so you are selective and you do try and select viewpoints that are the most representative.
Yeah.
But obviously in this case, the views change a lot as we move around in that landscape.
I think Mr. Milne acknowledged that too.
Yes. The point I did make though is that you cannot rely on vegetation outside the site.
Right. Yes.
So there is in these imagings a lot of vegetation that's on site, which obscures views, and it's very difficult to imagine what that view might look like if those trees weren't there.
Yes.
It's particularly the case when you're coming along New Road, as I did yesterday, and there's a lot of vegetation on the road which hinders your view into the wider landscape, but you can't rely on it. So if they weren't there, you would probably have a lot clearer view for a longer period of time of the site. So that's one observation that I made, and it depends what time of year you take the images. Obviously, this is early spring, summer, when it's in full leaf. Winter, it would be a bit different. There is a lot of foreground in these views. They are stitched panoramas. They're not a single shot, which equally you could say focuses you unnaturally on the site. I think with imaging, you have to be very mindful that they are only a tool, a rather limited tool, and it does not make up the actual experience of being there and seeing it for yourself in reality. But of course, the imaging isn't there. Buildings, the profile poles at the moment. But it did hone in yesterday that there will be skyline effects. Ridgeline poles were on the skyline, there's no doubt about that. And not just from looking at it from the east either. I was also considering how it affects the amenity within that. Bearing in mind that the inner part of Block 50 could all be developed as a right. How much that would actually block your views out to a landscape anyway. But there are places when I went down Terrace Street where you would have had a clear view, for example, of the knolls where 13, 12, 13, 14 are, and the poles were very much on that knoll. So you would lose that as your connection to the surrounding rural landscape that's quite close. And I understood that was a value of Bannockburn, that wherever you were in Bannockburn, the rural landscape was quite close. Which reinforced its small, compact, contained character. And Chapter 6 does refer to the distinct characteristics of particular areas around the basin. It doesn't specifically refer to Bannockburn, but it did say that the particular unique sort of characters of areas needed to be respected or maintained up in the reason there was some direction there for protecting the particular character of certain places around the district and the urban areas.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Stevens. No further questions.
Mr. Murray. And hopefully, mine's been able to present somewhere.
Thank you. Hey, thank you, Mr. Murray.
My name is Ben Murray. I've been reading in this area, so between here and Queensland for about 2 years.
Mr. Murray, please try and project your voice. Yeah,
We're about to.
thank you.
And look, I've given you some notes, 7 notes really. I'll try to organise my thoughts. So my thinking was how can I be most helpful to the panel. Given sort of my experience in the district, we've heard a lot of the plans not particularly clear. I guess I've had been fortunate enough to be in a number of hearings with my plan author, Mr. Whitney, over the years. And I've also done a lot of the resource consents, bearing in mind that 90 to 95% of the resource consents get approved without having done hearing. So thinking about how the plan works and what the effects are and how we get to an outcome to be able to put an application together. I've done a little bit of that over the years. That may be helpful for the panel to understand. I've been involved in the Cromwell Community Board. I've sat in front of Commissioner Ray as part of another residents group before. So I guess what I'm saying is I've thought about planning a lot. It may be helpful. You might have questions. And that's sort of the slant of what I wanted to say today is if there's something helpful, because I feel like there are difficult issues to deal with. And I think the applicants team has done really well in looking at the site over a long time and grappling with the issues that are on site, then layer themselves over time. And when I say that, I mean Mr. Sol, for instance, and look, my first experience with the site was I lodged a consent, as I think I outlined, and the council turned us around and we went, oh, we didn't realise that this heritage issue was a big deal and bad thing. From a perspective of, well, all the water races have been covered up by houses, what does it matter? The policy environment at that time, so going back to 2016, wasn't what it is today. So we made a mistake. During the application, the council at that time actually asked us to do our archaeological assessments first before coming back. And then there was also talk of public notification at that time because there was a colouring in of the public knowledge and information that the plan just didn't have. So that's sort of the background, which might spark some ideas and questions you might have, I'm not sure. I also wanted to say that I'm almost fortunate in a way. Normally I'm in this last position where there's a lot of detail to get through. And of course, as planners, we understand the details, where the issues are and where you need to focus. I've only focused on the issues that are important to Burnie. So, and some of those might overlap. Just as an example, the geotechnical matter, which comes to a matter of discretion. The geotechnical is probably not something that's too important to Burnie, but it is one of those layers that we're looking at. So it's this application layers. And so if I can help with any of that, that's great. Just in terms of the summary that's in front of you, how I've come to the summary is, look, that just supports, I think, some of the submissions that made yesterday. Spoke to Mr. Office about what was talked about yesterday. And really for me, I just picked out what I think the key issues are. Being the significance of the BLR, which was talked about a lot. The Bannockburn heritage and the significance of that. Consenting and rules, and there might be some questions around those as well. And then also heritage and how so those are the things that I think I can help with. And I'm happy to sort of talk through them, not in a very structured way. I'm happy for questions as they arise in the comments.
Thank you. Just before you begin on your written, there, in terms of the role that you're playing today, you're here as in your role as an expert planner, or Right, okay,
But very narrowly focused on those.
narrowly focused.
So there might be questions about, let's say, for argument's sake, what the genetic means. I haven't focused on that fact.
I see.
Just the heritage matters.
And
Maybe the methodology that I might have used as an expert.
yes, and I believe you set out in your evidence, and Mr. Gardner-Hopkins also addressed the potential for conflict given your previous experience. Could you just talk us through how your comfort level with your role today in terms of your previous experience?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So my very previous experience was in 2016, around about there, when, as I said, we first looked at this application, and it might have only been me and Mr. Ford at that time, because it was a residential subdivision. And I have to say, at that time, the BLR, what does it mean? We don't know. The plan doesn't really tell us. That was, so the application that I lodged didn't intrude to the BLR, but I looked at the site at that time. And as I said, lodged the application, and the council said, there's more issues here than just a simple residential subdivision. Because as I'm sure you can understand, in a district like this, most of your planning work is simple residential subdivisions, or maybe some farms for crowd growers. So I guess to answer that question, I was pretty comfortable with the application was lodged. Me and Mr. Ford worked on it. We got turned around by the council. I then went, what do we do? So I asked Mr. Mill, and Mr. Mill and I had worked in this 9 years ago, talking about that. And I certainly asked Mr. Sol if he would come and give us a hand, because there were issues that the council raised that I certainly didn't understand. And I didn't know if the plan at that time was really clear. So that was my initial involvement. And I think Mr. Mill might have said yesterday, yeah, there was an assessment of alternatives for sure. We didn't really know what to do, so we assessed the scheme. And I suppose from my part, and this comes to the heart of the question about conflicts and comfort levels, I just drifted away from the project because I want to go work for the council. And obviously I can't work for the council and still work, the private industry. So it's not as if there was, or any gain for me to take this role on. So, and from a comfort level, it's a small community. I've had to wear difficult hats as a community board member that also submits on plans. I was, just as an example for that little piece, I was responsible for the Cromwell Master Plan. And I think there's been some talk that what did the Cromwell Master Plan do for Bannockburn? There was some mention of that, but it was never really taken up in PC19. Well, I sat in the chair making the decisions about the master plan, and we just have budget to do it. It's simple. So I guess what I'm saying is I have had to walk a fine line before living in comfort. I don't think that there's any sort of commercial gain animosity over, or trade secrets, if you like, that are necessarily there that I would know that someone else, if they're not an expert, for instance, would know. I know what the panel knows. I've read Mr. Sol's. I mean, from my perspective, I recommend having walk around the site with Mr. Sol, because my appreciation of Bannockburn, as I said, after that original application was turned around, and I certainly remember the applicant at the time, we were all very surprised. And when we got Mr. Sol on board, we were like, wow, look at all this stuff we just had no idea.
Yeah.
So
in terms of your role as an expert planner in this process, you're comfortable that you're sufficiently independent
yes,
from matters relating to the building line restriction
yes.
in terms of
And
opinions that you have offered previously.
importantly, on that, was never part of the application that had any buildings, lots that went into the building. I never gave it advice on that.
Just, I don't know whether this, I just need to clarify that, because we've got a statement from Mr. Milne, paragraph 31. He said he worked with you on the previous application. Interestingly, at the time, 28 lots were proposed within the area, with 16 located within the BLR. So he's saying that there were 16 lots in the BLR. You're saying that BLR wasn't an issue with the application you lodged, so it's just not clear which.
So I guess timing is important on that. So
Okay.
I left to go to council in 2017,
Okay.
which was a number of years before that application was lodged. So that's coming back to it. I know it's a very
Oh, I see. So you,
answer this question. But,
okay. Okay.
we optioneered, we tested, we learned. I didn't give advice or lodge
I see.
any subsequent
So
applications.
you haven't supported an application for a BLR intrusion? Okay.
The only one that I did was the water races at
All right.
the very bottom of it, and that triggered the whole heritage thing. So we weren't close to the PLR. Of course, when you go up onto the site, and I'm assuming that wants to be an opinion, it's a beautiful site. So as a planner, this is a residential zone. wow, this is amazing. And then you start to, and what I'm saying is the BLR in that at the top.
Well, thanks for
Okay.
clarifying.
Thank you. Okay. If you would like to take us through your summary, please. And we'll jump in and ask questions
Please do.
along the way.
Yeah. A little bit's concerned about this, and I know you asked Mr. Gardner, it's already, our rules and things work, but look, I do think the BLR is directed as sort of is the definition. I think it does, and we'll talk a little bit about what degree. It seems to me to be a very small degree. It's applicable to the building. It doesn't say a whole lot. And I just wonder if putting a bit of colour to that. There is a meaning for the BLR. If you go that far over it, you're not just encroaching a part of the building. I just wonder if that's losing the meaning of the BLR. And so I do take Mr. Barr's point, everyone's points that are policy not great. That's why we're in this position. But it is a rule that's pretty directive and the definition is pretty clear. We've also talked about
Mr. Murray, just on that point, on rule 12.7.7, so take your point around on the face of the rule and its definition, but you would accept that the rule sets up a restricted discretionary pathway, so you would accept it's not a void, non-complying.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And look, that's why in main trusts I have dealt with Willie a little bit, because the plan is old. It's very old. If you look at when it was written, it took 10 years to become operative.
98.
Yeah, it's pretty old. So that's as consent plans, that's what we've got to deal with.
Yeah.
And yes, I do take it, it's restricted discretionary. And I suppose where I'm sort of leading to my next comment is we're now in a situation which is brand new, PC19. It's drawn a new line, but the line gets its power from Section 12, which hasn't been looked at. And so as a consent planner, I'm sitting there going, okay, this is difficult for me because that hasn't been reviewed. The line has been, what happens now? So I do take the point that it's restricted discretionary, there are no policies, but the question in my mind is what happens now? And I think that's the thrust of the meeting here, is what happens in the current policy environment. So if you're thinking from my involvement from 2016, 17, and this is a little bit later on, so I'm jumping a little bit, but it's come up. So if you're thinking 2016, 17, the regional policy statement, they're going out 2019, the proposed regional policy statement in 2021, those things have heritage matters. They talk about heritage overlays that need to be put in a plan. That didn't exist even for us to look at in 2016. Sports plan change 19, which was 2022. So from then to now, that's what my mind is saying, is what does it mean? What do we do with this very directive rule that doesn't really enforce us? On that, I do want to say, and a little bit bad about this, but a line on a plan is a line on a plan. You can't just ignore it. And I know, and I definitely take Mr. Barr's point. I think I saw you raised it yesterday. He wrote the QLC plan. He spent a lot of time on objectives and policies. And I guess my response to that is this is not a plan. But a line on a plan is a line on a plan. And if you're in an urban zone, well, the house is a permitted activity. So there's no need to look any further in the district plan because of the line plan. So all I'm saying, when I'm talking about a line plan, it's a line, it's there, we acknowledge it. The question is, what do we do now? And I don't think it's as simple as saying, well, we can kind of ignore it because there are no directive policies, because the wider policy framework has changed so much, especially since this plan was written.
Just on it, can I ask a question? Yeah, I asked, I don't think you're here yesterday, but I did ask a question of Mr. Barr about how relevant the ONL. I asked him about the robustness of the plans schedule of ONLs and OFLs and significant natural areas and that sort of thing, because I hadn't looked in the plan, but I know the plan's quite old, and the fact that this site isn't one of those. So, have you got any comment on that other than the plan's quite old? I mean, it does have a schedule, doesn't it? And this is not in there. So your point you're making about the ONL, how do you reconcile the fact that it's not an ONL?
Yeah, look, the answer is all right. But if you just think about O&L for a second, when the QRDC plan was notified,
Yeah.
before the QRDC plan was, as it is now, the O&L was a guideline, and you decided where it was in every application, and that got stricter to now it's line, and it's now so strict that it's going through what are the values of this, and that has to be publicly notified and gone through.
Yeah.
So it comes kind of in a roundabout way, that gets you to time to talk about this line as the plan change. Now, that is a difficult pill for me to swallow because it's so complicated. When do plan changes happen? If O&Ls come into this again, there might be an O&L that changed again for QRDC in 2016. And you're still arguing about the values today. So as a lender, what do you do? And to that, I guess my answer is, well, the plan change has just happened. It's happening now. It was the perfect time to deal with this, with all the issues that you're grappling with. The pathway really was to do it then and do it now.
All right, okay, interesting.
You might have picked this up from my evidence, and look, this is just me looking at the site, thinking about it. I placed a bit of value on the Bannockburn Heritage Landscape Study. And I'm happy to keep it through sort of my reasoning for that methodology to get to that point. But that land use study gives you the community values, is what I think it captures them. If you look at the old maps, that area that Ms. Stevens sort of said maybe it should be rural, it's outside BR. Well, that's been mined for years. There've been coal mines there, antimony mines, there've been gold mines. And I know that this is maybe a stretch, but we don't really know what the BIR really meant other than what we've seen in the Vincent plan. And I guess what my mind was thinking is there's quite a lot of heritage there. And the heritage comes from a pretty nasty living environment. People didn't live there. So if you're rolling back 100 years, people didn't live there. They lived over the edge. That value carried through. New people came and went on. I can't see any people here. Probably because there were mines there. I know that that's a jump. But if you look where the mines were and you look where the BIR is and you look where there's some unstable land, those layers all to me at least point to there's something about this BIR that maybe is related to heritage. Now, that's not critical in this because heritage needs to be assessed anyway. And I guess my next point is the value of heritage. It gets its teeth, if you like, issue 2.7 in the plan. And I've just highlighted a couple of words there. It's probably important to look at the whole of issue 2.7 because it does talk about gold mining activities. It talks about archaeological sites and historic sites. It's not only about buildings and streets, as often those heritage provisions can be. You know, if you're thinking somewhere like Dunedin or even, there are heritage buildings that are particularly in this instance, we are looking at gold mining activities. We have heard from Mr. Stoll that the Bannockburn sleuthings are nationally significant, and this might be a link to those. You think all the heritage in between is basically houses now. It's included in someone's lot, which you can't see this is that even bit. And I guess I just wanted to pick up on this. I've scanned the evidence and chapter 6 hasn't really, well, I couldn't find any mention of chapter 6. So Ms. Stephen, interestingly enough, we didn't talk about this. I thought, we saw chapter 6. Chapter 6 talks about heritage. So chapter 6, in my reading of it, works very similar to the QRDC, which is interesting. We're talking about an old plan, but it works very similar to the QRDC chapter 6. It applies to everything. If you're in the urban area, that's what you go and read. And my view is read the front end of the plan before you get anywhere else. It's chapter 6. Chapter 7 comes after. So I think, and then chapter 6 does go into this a little bit, that it sets the scene, if you like, for the more directive policy that follow the zones. Because chapter 6 obviously deals with urban area, industrial areas, or townships, and sorts of things. But the key thing to stand in chapter 6 for me, that I don't think it really means that date, is objective 6.3.5, which is heritage values. And I've just highlighted those it says to recognise. Undoubtedly, Mr. Sol has done an amazing job of figuring out what's on the site. And it's putting those values from the district's in the areas. So that really becomes the question then under the plan. So if we're saying there's a whole lot of heritage, it's BLR, it's very messy, where do we go with heritage? I think start with the issue, and then it leads you straight to 6.3. Pretty directive policy. On that, I also just want to say, it says protect the heritage values, and Stephen just touched on that there. And it put it in the line that you said, that there's a spilling out of dwellings over the line, and that's an affront to the value. And she's talking about the containment of backbone. And that's been compromised. So the reason that's triggered in my mind is the value of heritage today talks about it being surprised and not spilling out. Ms. Stevens captured that value. So from a landscape perspective, a heritage value is there, is spilling out, it's an affront to that. Is the VLR in that somewhere? I don't know. We're talking about heritage here. I guess what I'm saying is if you're layering the site, what heritage values for the VLR is spilling out of the site, but geotech issues. If I was the consents planner and had moved on with the project, those would be questions that we're looking at, and undoubtedly many of those have been.
One more question. Yeah, 635, to recognise and protect the heritage values district's urban areas. Do you think that that policy relates to the heritage schedule? I'm just trying to understand the sort of hierarchy. There's a heritage schedule with items and buildings and sites and so forth. And then there's sites that aren't in that schedule, but they have those values as well. Do you think 635, if you say it's a directive policy, is it more geared towards the scheduled sites, or is it just an all-embracing thing that you should consider across all sites that have those features?
From my perspective, and this is in practice now, whether it's right or wrong, I'm the guy that does 90% of these consents.
Yeah, all right.
You look at everything, always look at everything. And then give them to hearing it.
Yeah,
Okay. What do you actually think it means? But I think that those chapters give direction to the other things that follow that are plan. It applies to everything. And the reason, I guess, is because as we go further, we're starting to get into the RPS and section 6.
Yeah.
What happens if you don't know the heritage then? That is more often than not the case. Heritage buildings get destroyed and all the rest of that because people just don't know it's there. Chapter 6 talks about it. So I don't think that it is only.
So the heritage sites don't have any more significance than a non-listed site.
I don't think so. Look, and I will be biased towards Bannockburn here. The heritage of Bannockburn is fantastic. And I think Mr. Searell makes this point that it's one of the only, if not the only, gold mining towns that was never a ghost town. It's layer upon layer upon layer. And which comes into the depth of reuse. I understand all that, but Bannockburn's heritage stands apart from any other heritage. And it's being lived with. If you go up to Bendigo, rain cabins up there, there's mines, there's all sorts of stuff. But people aren't living with it. It's a monument sitting out there. I think in Bannockburn, it's pretty hard to say that that heritage is there. It's just too significant.
Thank you for that.
Which brings me to section 6.
One more question from me, Mr. Murray. The Bannockburn landscape study.
Yes.
So you've referenced that in your evidence.
Heritage stuff, I mean, yeah.
Yes, and I think you've mentioned that
Yeah.
this morning.
So it's one of those documents that Bannockburn sits in your house.
Ah.
Yeah, lines. Change.
As a consent planner, you'll well know that that document, well, it's been suggested to us that that's not a statutory instrument.
Yes.
So as an experienced consent planner, how would you consider this in this process?
Right. Okay, so I've had to look at this quite a bit just on other projects as well, and I know that unfortunately, we keep going back to the O&L, but it is, the O&L was the line that isn't designed, if you know what I'm saying. So the our heritage is something that isn't designed. So my understanding is, and I think Mr. Meyer agrees, is that you can look at it as a double matter. Now, where this comes in, and I mentioned the Common Master Plans report, also on a statutory document, but the community board, and I am going back here to previous times when there was a plan change that Commissioner A will be aware of, the community board was very keen to say that the Common Master Plan was something that had to be looked at, and it gets pulled in as an other matter, 104.1C. So that's one component to the answer. But then the question is, well, how does that happen? My view is, and Mr. Milne may talk, or you may find further questions on this, because the landscape code, or the landscape guidelines, obviously not a planning document, but preparing applications and evidence, you become familiar with what landscape architects have to do. So landscape architects, is my view, as Mr. Evans has done, has picked up on community value. Now, in order to do that, the guidelines that reach to go and look at other matters. And that's how, I know that it seems like a bit of a roundabout way for how these documents can go in front of yourselves, for instance. my view is that it's a document that's well known. It is definitely a matter. So under 104, it's there. But what do you do with it? How do you look at it? What does it mean? And who's going to sit up here to interpret it? I think that it comes in by other matters under the landscape guideline, and that's where you look for interpretation, as Ms. Stewart has done, when she said it's an affront to that spilling out and the value of containment. So, and if you think of that, just unpick that a little bit more. Having houses on the urban area is not a problem, but when the value is containment, that's when you start to go, oh, okay, I see. And that gets politically wonderful. Other matter, landscape architects, every form of heritage expert is probably the best way to actually interrogate.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And in terms of just getting back to your role and the evidence that you're presenting to us, so just got to note that in your evidence in chief, you mentioned the absence of expertise. And yet, if you just let me finish.
No.
So you've got some quite strong statements in your evidence in chief, and you've critiqued Mr. Searell, who is a qualified heritage expert. I'm interested in how you're arriving at your views, given you are a planner and you're presenting to us based on your planning expertise. Have you sought your own heritage expert to justify some of the views that you are presenting to us today?
Yes, so, and I noticed that from Mr. Searell's responses today, in no means was my comments and criticism to Mr. Searell's work. He's done a lot of work on it and taught me everything I know about the site today. Those comments were directed at the methodology that we just spoke about. So, and look, I'm coming at this from, there is a way that landscape architects look at the landscape, and human cultural, especially in this case, which, as we just talked about, Bannockburn having very specific colonial cultural values for gold mining, they're not often brought into that landscape architect interpretation. And that's what I was getting at. Mr. Searell's evidence stands there. The question then is, how does a landscape architect, or how do we understand those intangible experiences from people? So Mr. Searell has done a very good job in trying to figure out what those are. But for me, the missing piece here was, and always has been, is what are the people going to say when it's notified? What is that? But as decision makers, there has to be an expert that tells you what are those people thinking. I can see Mr. Searell's evidence here, and it's good. There's landscape evidence here, and there's even only today just touched on, well, there's a spilling over value. And that's the bit that I'm suggesting is missing. Is what is that human intangible experience? And if you think about it, walking through the site, for instance, if you're looking at the Bannockburn land use study and experiencing the heritage, how is that captured in evidence that we can see, and then in design of the subdivision? So that's more, I know that it's very hard to make such a nuanced point in writing. So I'm glad you asked the question. I hope that clarifies it. It's certainly no, I'm not saying I'm a heritage expert. I know everything I know.
That's the point I wanted to clarify with you.
So it's a methodology thing, is what I'm saying. Is
Okay.
If you're going into the landscape guidelines, they tell you to look at other matters, and other matter is the landscape assessment. I would have thought that with Mr. Searell's help, that landscape, the Bannockburn landscape assessment would be featured very highly. So when I wrote the evidence chief, that was my first thing. Where's the landscape assessment? Please talk about it. Mr. Searell has obviously his own heritage work, but who else is doing that? It's about people's values, and that again was part to the market.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, if you want to continue now, please.
Mr. Garden wants to talk about 6F.
Yeah.
I think if you get there, I think you have to get there. And my reasoning is maybe, I'm not sure, a little bit different. I'm just a consent planner. But if you have questions about what the line means or what the heritage means, I think you have to go on. You have to go on. And I think the most important thing to acknowledge now is the plan's broken. You've got a line, which is the BLR, you've got a chapter that hasn't been reviewed yet. So I think you have to be it. that just goes, oh, I think the point is made. I suppose I don't really need to go too much further onto that. And look, I have made a bit further down, just to the bottom of page 3, I did talk about the landscape guidelines and all that sort of thing. And look, again, absolutely to Mr. Searell's work, we wouldn't know what we know today if it wasn't for him. So it's more that how the landscape architects, how do we experience the site and get it into business and understand. Consents required. Look, that was at the top of the panel. You might have questions for me. I'm happy to talk through it. We'll take questions on the consents required.
That's right. Mr. Hopkins raised the issue of whether there are consents required, such as earthworks, and whether they've been adequately assessed. I've just had a look, and the applicant can address this in their reply, I guess, but they've identified rule 736, which is earthworks, which limits extraction of materials to 1 metre depth within 2 metres of a boundary. So it would appear that certainly an earthworks consent is required as a land use consent. And they've also identified regional consents for earthworks under the regional plan, but I suspect that's more to do with water and not amenity or visual effects and so forth.
Except for heritage.
Except for heritage, okay. So it appears that they've identified the relevant rule, and I'm not too clear about how well it's been assessed. I'll need to have another look at that and hear from the applicant on that. But is there anything, do you believe there's any consents that haven't been applied for?
The first point to make on that, and it might be a roundabout way to get to your answer, but the first point was, it's a subdivision in an urban area, the expectation is going to be that you can just build a house. And I had a house that was the same, there was one side on it, and it ended up being a non-compliant application that I had to do at building consent stage, even though I had. So that the first thing is the caution that we need to know what people do once this is done. There is a land use consent, right? And so then the question becomes, what are we looking at? So as an example, the earthworks rule that you just read out, then, which is in the district plan, probably not really going to be triggered when you build a house. But we already know that most of those houses on the southern part of the site is going to require quite a bit of earthwork. So if you look at it as a whole, there are no contours or finished levels or cuts or fill that are shown other than the bottom 100-ish. Is my understanding. So the question is, who, when, how do you deal with the earthworks? And remembering if there's a long cut, there's going to probably be retaining walls which are buildings. How does that get addressed by a future homeowner, or is it addressed now? If it's addressed now, well, maybe see what that's going to look like. And look, this came up yesterday. Oh, you're going to have a look at the poles. Some poles are 6 metres tall, with the building height going to be 5. Some poles are 2 metres tall. That's difficult for me to understand. Now, I believe, and as I say, Mr. Barr is going to be probably the best person to sort through this in terms of detail. But my understanding of the district plans is you've got an earthworks rule for a house, and you've got not an earthworks rule, but a matter of discretion in a subdivision. And you need to understand when you're doing the subdivision, what are we doing? What's the use? What's going to go there?
Okay.
And I can't see how I can understand that at this point.
That's a good point. We'll hear more from the applicant on that. Thank you.
Look, and possibly the reason, if we just expand on them, my initial feeling, oh, what about earthworks? Which yesterday, there's a part of a hill that's got a bit of heritage on it, that depending on how total earthworks looks, not just a little cut for the road, the whole hillside's being chopped on the top. I just don't know that. That's where my mind went, because I saw these poles and went, orange bits are probably about the right height. What about the ground? What about a cut? If I extend that line through the ground, that hillside's gone. Now we're talking about a beeline that's hiding things from the hillside that's been done. It just added another dimension to me that made me worry.
Thank you.
And Mr. Murray, we've also had some discussion around whether the application triggers the LLRZ R12 and PC19.
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to follow the correspondence between?
I think the first sort of bit that I heard back was reading through Mr. Fowler's response. Yeah, I think there's a lot of information in, except for this earthwork. Nothing's fatal if the rule is triggered.
Right.
Because I think you're grappling with these issues of what is the land use? The land use is obviously not elevations, but it is building heights. is it earthworks? I think the issues that rule, because that rule is the design level. So basically tell us what your land use is going to be. And we've looked at what the land use is going to be to a degree, building heights, maybe some colours and essentially some building styles.
So would you agree, so do you agree with the applicant's position that the applicable rule is LLRZR1 and therefore there's no need to resort to the alternative consenting pathway? Is that your,
I don't need to. You can.
so you
So
agree?
if you ask me the question, try to reframe it. Will you end up with a subdivision that's treated like rules and it's normal if we go down the current path? Yes. If you went and triggered the other rule, you'd probably end up in the same space. You may have slightly wider powers to consider more things because there's a design lead, so if you wanted to say, well, because I've seen a lot of these houses around that where they're actually small forms in a 3D shape, and you went, well, I might want to govern what the final shape of these houses looks. That other will probably be more helpful, but that's not really about what the applicant is doing.
So you don't think it's a determinative?
I don't think it's determinative.
Okay.
I mean, if it wants to go down that path, that's triggered and they can find more evidence or not. I don't think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Was that all on the consenting question? I just wanted to round off the consenting, Mr. Gallagher, I'm talking about precedent now. I'm just a planner, so lawyers will talk about that stuff.
Don't say just a planner.
No.
But
We're both planners.
that if I'm preparing my planning application, as you have likely done, you'll have a client that turns up and says, Chapter 12 hasn't been looked at. It might get stricter in terms of its BLR. The council will just move the BLR over there. I better get an application here and build over that BLR. That's the reality of it. I know that precedent can sometimes be because you're right into that is the integrity of the whole plan and the compromise. I'm just looking at it very simply. If the line's been breached over there in chapter 12, it's a no teams, and that's what we're talking about here. I'm going to quickly go and do an application over there. That's the danger. Much more simple than the whole plan's integrity might be compromised. I think there's a definite real precedent here where this isn't, I'll sneak a little bit over, or my views are a little bit better, so this wall is going to be over the BLR. This is, we're going on the BLR, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the danger. The best of all is
Mr. Murray, we're over our 2-hour times. I'm in the interests of kind of in fairness so that all the submitters get a turn. If you had some kind of final comments, perhaps, I think there's not much left here. If you wanted to highlight any remaining points, then we'll probably move to a break.
No, look, all I want to say is building restriction line, great place to deal with the plan change. And the last point is the heritage values. It's certainly under the heritage expert and absolutely not the it's rude because it is fantastic. It is just that missing piece about how people perceive it, and that's just how it.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions?
It's a very quick, sorry. Plan change 19, you were involved in that process. You were on the,
Oh, 19, no, I was just a submitter.
Oh, you're a submitter. What I want to understand is that I understand the building line restriction was raised in submissions. People supported it. It survived through that process. It's still there. But what was it within the scope of plan change 19, which was looking at things? It wasn't, as I understand, it wasn't focused on building line restrictions and whether
It would be very unclear.
very unclear. Okay.
You're right. Wasn't in scope, that's a question with the teeth come from a different chapter, and that's the problem with the plan review, is these things pop up. So it's an issue that's popped up that we need to figure out how to deal with. And my understanding is the line moved as well.
Yeah, that's
So how do you move a line if it's not in the scope? It's very unclear.
Yeah, I'll just not, it might go for weight, but I think I'll leave it there. It's one we'll have to look at more closely, but thank you for that.
And I can just add, look, in closing, very last, there is, I guess the thing that has been touched on is this comprehensive rule. What's the best way to develop the site? Ultimately, everyone here wants to see a good development. The policy environment's tightened up, as I've explained, since the start. But the win, I suppose, is the current plan change is an alternative pathway to development. And from a responsible perspective on the current plan, it gives you benefits for giving the public good, if you like, which is heritage in this business, without losing yield. So as a developer, the plan change was especially written to understand that the policy environment has tightened. Here's a pathway for you.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. No further questions. So that concludes.
Yes, it does. It's very conscious of time, so
Well done.
thank you for giving us just a little bit more. What we need.
Thank you very much. thank you for to yourself, Mr. Garner Hopkins, and your witnesses today. Thank you for coming along. It's been very helpful. Thank you. And what we'll do now is it's 10:41. I think we'll have a morning tea break. We'll resume back at 11, and we have a number of submitters to hear from when we come back.
Yes, can I just see if these three people here have summaries, because I'd like to get all of them printed and
Sure. So would you like to?
So just with the
Excuse
submitters,
me, everyone, the submitters.
I have a couple of people's summaries, but I was just wondering, Robert and Robin Gavin, have you got, did I get a summary off you, or have you got something written that I can? That's perfect. I'll come grab that in a moment from you. And James Walton and others. Have you got something you're going to speak to? Can I take a copy of it? I'll come find you in just a moment. And do we have Gordon and Jean McGregor? Not here yet? Okay.
I don't think all the stewards can think today either.
No.
No, he sent me a wee email last night.
So the McGregors aren't.
We don't
Presented?
have them present at the moment. Okay, thank you.
Makes up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you at 11. Welcome back. We'll get going again for this afternoon session. Just before we start, I'd just like to acknowledge that we do have a tabled letter here by the Camerons, who were submitters, who had initially signalled they would appear. They've since said they're unable to make it, but we do have that letter tabled. It's available on the website, so that will form part of our considerations of submitters' views. And thank you. And we now hear from Mr. Perkins or Mr.
Watson.
Mr. Watson. Thank you.
My name is Neil Watson. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Julie Watson, Harvey Perkins, and Judith Miller. Julie and I have owned a cottage in Bannockburn Road next to the post office for 25 years. And Harvey and Judy have owned a property in the main road for 12 years. We all value Bannockburn's semi-rural character, heritage, and landscape amenity. Harvey is a retired professor of urban and rural planning with a particular research interest in rural tourism and small town development. And I've been involved in planning processes most of my working life, but mostly in fresh water. I'll go to point 2. Our submission opposes the whole of the application because the proposed encroachment into the area protected by the building line restriction and the adverse impact of the encroachment on landscape amenity in the Bannockburn Inlet area for locals and visitors alike. And over the years, we've been regular users of Bannockburn Inlet as a recreational area. Second point is the incremental nature of the subdivision of a large block of residential land in a key location in the heart of Bannockburn Township without an overall plan or consideration of public access and green space. The Cromwell Master Plan, despite the recognition given in the Cromwell Master Plan to Bannockburn's important landscape, heritage, tourism and amenity values and its semi-rural character, the operative district plan's only protective mechanisms in the settlement are lot size, large lots and low density, and the building line restriction. Now, I've included the link rather unhelpfully there to the Cromwell Master Plan. It's on the CODC website, but it's certainly one thing, a plan that we think is worthwhile. While the Cromwell Master Plan is not a statutory plan, we believe considerable weight must be given to it in this consenting process, as it is the result of widespread community consultation on options for residential growth in the Cromwell Basin. Cromwell community was consulted on 3 growth options: a dispersed option where there was growth in outer settlements, an intermediate option where growth was spread across the whole basin, and a focused option where growth was focused in Cromwell Township. And the favoured one was the growth focused within Cromwell. And that was favoured in order to revitalise the town centre, Cromwell Town Centre, and as a means to retain the small localised character of outer settlements, of which Bannockburn is one. Bannockburn is described on page 44 of the Cromwell Master Plan. The intention of the plan is to maintain the settlement within its existing footprint, and that's shown on the map. There is recognition of local issues and challenges, including the lack of central green space beside Bannockburn Road in the township centre. The recent Plan Change 19 decision declined an expansion of the Bannockburn residential zone and promoted a spatial planning exercise for Bannockburn. The next sentence is a bit scrambled, but I'll just read it as it should be. Until that decision, the non-statutory master plan was strangely disconnected from statutory planning and consenting processes. In essence, the operative district plan is lagging well behind the planning initiatives that the council has undertaken to better identify what the community wants. A spatial planning exercise is an urgent requirement for Bannockburn if we're to avoid planning directions being driven only by developers' priorities. There are 3 appeals on Plan Change 19, all seeking different expansions of the Bannockburn residential zone, but no clarity about how decisions on these should be made. Long-standing building land restriction in the proposal before us is essential in terms of landscape amenity protection. Housing spilling over the ridge towards Shepherd's Creek and Bannockburn Inlet represents an unacceptable suburban intrusion into a highly valued cultural landscape important for locals and visiting domestic and international tourists. This is a key point. Bannockburn is an important element in Central Otago District's tourism destination marketing. Visitors don't come here to look at houses, but rather to sample its hospitality offerings, engage in outdoor recreation and marvel at our high amenity and heritage landscapes. We visited the photo point locations and agreed with the already stated submissions that site selection and landscape representations have been poor. We visited Carrot Vineyard on last Monday morning, as part of our assessment of photo points, and spoke to 3 groups of Carrot patrons taking photos of the inlet and surrounding landscape. We explained the proposed developments and pointed out the site poles. One visitor of Hungarian origin said, "Oh God, you must be joking." A couple from Auckland said, "This is awful and happening all over." And a couple from the Midlands, UK, were just aghast at the proposal. Another concern about the proposal is how, if approved, built landscape provisions will be monitored and maintained in the future. This concern is heightened by our experience with other locations in Bannockburn, namely Templars Hill, which is on the other side of Bannockburn, where landscape protection and an original resource consent has been watered down through subsequent consent applications. We have some documentation related to that if you're interested in it. Additionally, in the Searell application, the focus is almost exclusively on the residential lots rather than the whole block, and there is a high degree of uncertainty over what will happen on the interim balance blocks in the future. There is also the question of future development of the adjacent 8-hectare block, also owned by the applicants. And that also relates to the precedent issues that have been raised by other submitters. There needs to be an overall plan for the future of the whole 17.6 hectare site, including pedestrian access, roading, green spaces, future monitoring and consent of built landscape characteristics and restrictions on development. The incremental nature of the proposed development is likely to limit the community benefit that might otherwise be achieved. Ideally, this site plan should be developed in the context of the Bannockburn spatial plan and be consistent with the Cromwell master plan. In conclusion, we strongly recommend that the application be declined pending the completion of the Bannockburn spatial plan and an overall plan for the whole of the Searell site. We further request that no residential development be allowed beyond the building line restriction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. I do have a question for you. Under the Cromwell Master Plan section, where you talk about options for residential growth in the Cromwell Basin, would you accept that this zone, the underlying zone for the site is residential, and that, yes, and so therefore this proposal doesn't in itself represent growth?
No, that's fine, except that I think in our original submission, we described it as a de facto expansion of the residential zone because it crosses the building line restriction boundary.
Yes, so
So at the moment, you've got 3 appeals relating to actual real expansions of the residential zone to the north, south, east, and west, sorry. And then you have this expansion over the building line restriction, but I accept the underlying, it's an underlying residential zone.
yes, so what I'm hearing is that the breach of the building line restriction is the nub of the concern for you.
Yes.
In that broader context.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Any questions for Mr. Watson?
Yeah, and the land to the north, also owned by the applicant, do you understand that's also zoned the same, rural residential? Is that in the same zone as this one, do you think?
Yes, I
It is.
understand.
Okay. All right, no, that's fine, I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission on behalf of the Perkins and yes, and Miller and yourself and Julian Watson. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, do we have Mr. and Mrs. Galvin?
Right, please.
Welcome, Mr. Galvin.
Thank you.
We've been given a printout of your notes. Yes, there's a little bit you might have to help us interpret some of the cut off at the top there.
So I'm also representing my wife.
Thank you.
Make it to today. I currently live down Vance Cove Lane, but we're building at the moment in Terrace Street.
Right.
So hence the interest, of course.
Whereabouts on Terrace Street?
Number 14.
Thank you.
So I've had a good look, or tried to have a look through the district planning related things, and boy, it's a minefield. Trips around every corner, really. But I think I've tried to keep it simple. Our iconic landscapes feature strongly in the district, of which Bannockburn Inlet and its contextual surrounds are an important part to residents. It's unique, it's keen cultural, it's steeped in history, steeped in family tradition, and it rates important amongst everyday residents and visitors alike, including significant numbers of trail walkers, cyclists who enjoy this picture-perfect landscape both passively, actively, and artistically. The beauty and dynamics of Bannockburn Inlet and its contextual surrounds fully deserve official recognition, respect, and protection, and should thus be valued within the district plan and its policies to be held right up there with regard that this nation has for key elements of New Zealand's culture. And if that is not reason enough to preserving this unique landscape feature, then this Bannockburn Inlet and its contextual surrounds should also be valued and protected for its strategic contribution to this district's visitor experience, and therefore its vital place within this district's small but vital economic infrastructure. The Bannockburn Inlet's importance relative to both the criteria above cannot be measured easily in isolation in traditional terms, but common sense, the recognition of its value by cycle trail statistics, the enhancement it gives to the visitor and the wine tourist experience, clearly sends the message that district plan protection from short-term exploitation of this unique landscape feature as an economic cultural asset is required, and this cannot be overstated. Amazingly, our elected and employed council predecessors had the foresight and the wisdom to understand this. And they introduced the district plan and no-build line so that those with short-term exploitation in mind could not denigrate this unique feature. They, as the saying go, they got it. And what is important is the intention behind that no-build line. And it was there to protect the remarkable views around the inlet, and as can be seen from further afield as well. But you just go there any time during holidays, families everywhere enjoying, and you can just imagine how that would feel when you look up and here's a row of houses looking down on your what has historically been for families, a wonderful wilderness experience, which they repeat time after year after year. It's an unusual place in that it is still dark at night. Okay, there's very little lighting there. The old house associated with grapes are well recessed, well back. So that, but what is proposed is an imposition on that dark space, which is very rare to find in any city or town. It's easy to, I feel, for a council to get tied up with the growth thing, but I believe it would be a mistake to allow any building to be seen from Bannockburn Inlet and the surrounding areas where the no-build line is, which means no roof, no backyards, no glass houses, no driveways, nothing should be seen. The mistakes are there to be seen around the world. Portofino, recently there, traditional little village, in that hill, culture, fishing, populations to be 500. Day, populations 48. All the buildings are owned by non-residents. Most of the buildings are non-residents, and the community culture is just lost. People sell trinkets and even fishing boats, brightly coloured, nets all nicely folded, ropes coiled, picture perfect. Nothing. It's just dead. Queenstown is heading in that direction, in my view. We won't go into the details. We all know what problems are, but we don't want to make those mistakes either here in Cromwell and Bannockburn. So they, the applicants with their expert witness advocates are intending to mitigate. I can see that, but mitigate is a word that I have trouble with. The district plan talks about mitigation has three categories: minimise, reinstate, or avoidance. And the first two are inappropriate. Avoidance is the only one that I can see, because one also, which confirms this or reinforces this, one cannot build on a skyline or ridgeline. So I believe that avoidance is the only solution on that front. stormwater is a problem. And I'll just go back. I will, you won't be able to read this, but I was thinking of bringing, darkening out the room, which probably health and safety wouldn't agree with, and just putting a small pinprick of light in the distance. And that would, I'd then ask, well, did you see it? And most people probably would, because it would be standing out. It's against the plain background. That's taken to an extreme, but the landscape is the same. And I look up at Kenville Hills now, and at sunset, there'll be roofs that have a low reflective value still glowing. There are windows that reflect the sun, and what is proposed around this ridge line, those windows will face northwest, and that is going to be reflecting the sun. And we have areas there that are privately owned, but used by the public in Carrick. And the enjoyment that people get from sitting out there is one of it's just an amazing experience. And just to see the happiness, and that scenery is part and parcel. I don't think you could replicate that in any other sort of forum, really. And somebody mentioned curtains, and that is so relevant. There's just, I think I've said enough on that. Stormwater, the health of the inlet does not require stormwater and runoff. The fact that the applicant stated that this will be addressed by professional engineers would indicate to me that they don't know what they're doing. You know, that this has been pushed ahead, and the professional engineers will sort it. That's what it means to me. I could be wrong, but there's a lot to go wrong if and we do get some huge downpours here in dry central Otago, and that would just gouge out the lawns there instead of shrubs that currently exist, which absorb those rainfalls. And I just think that's just woefully short of detail how they will accommodate such a rainfall, which I suspect that we would get those torrential falls for an hour or two, probably 4 times a year. It's just the nature of it here. I think unless council or this panel gives those specific details and a third party offering advice on it, that's expert in that field, that alone is reason to decline in its entirety. The traffic on Terrace Street, which is where we're building, we're guilty at the moment. Most days there's 5 utes parked out there. I've counted 10 when all the tradies are in there doing their bit. And how many houses are we talking about in this application to be using that same street? We're forgetting about the actual residents that will be going there, but the process, which I imagine by the time that gets built on, could be 5 to 10 years. That is a hell of a lot of traffic backwards and forwards, being all these utes in addition to the current residents. When we bought this place, we probably did like everybody else. We did due diligence and found that it was a cul-de-sac. Next one, 19 houses, whatever it is, families, and that meant something to us. That helped. We thought, peaceful place for our retirement, and but I suspect also that most other residents there have done the same, and I've spoken to a couple that, and they've done the same. The traffic movement, well, there's limits imposed, but I don't think it'll be, policed. The junction, with Terrace Street and Bannockburn Road, that is going to be so busy, and it will be competing with the traffic from the camping ground and residents over the main road. So, there's major infrastructural issues. Forgetting the water, just for transport, for driving. So it comes up woefully short as far as I'm concerned. I just strongly urge that that you see the application for what it is. I understand the landowners, they want to make the most of it, but it's loud and clear what is coming from the community, and you talk about the master plan. That is loud and clear. For all intents and purposes, that land is rural by nature, and the fact that it is zoned residential, what I think is, how come that was zoned residential? What was behind that? How did it get there in the first place? And I'm just wondering what the motivation was, because it does certainly seem out of character. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. So, you've come to the end of your, I was just about to mention that we were running a bit short on time, and if you had anything you wanted to highlight, then to do that now, but you've, thank you. Look, thank you very much for your presentation today and your submission. I've understood everything that you've said. I think it's very clear. And I have no questions for you. I'll just check.
No, I don't have any questions either.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walton. And others.
You might need to clarify about his starting.
Okay. Is it a copy of the submission?
Well.
Oh, with notes.
Yeah.
Sarah?
We'll just wait for a second. Yes, so thank you. Welcome, Mr. Walton.
Yep.
So Ms. Lyons has just handed us a copy of your submission, and I understand you've made some notes or annotations to that.
They were really made.
Oh. Okay,
Anyway.
thank you. So feel free to, so we've read your submission. Feel free to highlight anything you wish to highlight to us. You have around 15 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
The submission is all on behalf of 10 of us. All of us volunteered by the residents,
10 people?
10 people,
Yeah.
and the names on the back of the submission.
Thank you.
So the submission is from JWPH and others. Our submission opposes the whole of the application, given the significant extent of the proposed encroachment into areas protected by the building line restriction. And the second one, we oppose the incremental nature of subdivision and the applicant's residential land holding in the immediate area. In this regard, we note the lack of an overall plan. Now that could well be mitigated to some extent. Considering this subdivision application in isolation from likely future subdivisions within the whole area of residential land held by the applicant is likely to minimise the consideration of the requirement to mitigate adverse effects on Bannockburn's natural character and its residential amenity, and to provide properly for public walking access, roading alignment and green space. There's a long-term resident that would be a noticeable change to the environment. The specific parts of the application are lot size. The average lot size in the application is below the 2,000 square metre average lot size allowed in the operative district plan.
The balance lot, which is lot 50, is likely to be subjected to a third subdivision application at some stage in the future, and so obscures the significance of the adverse effects of this current subdivision application. The balance lot should be excluded from any averaging exercise as there is no restriction on further subdivision. The same issue applies to lot 40. The building line restriction, the area is subject to a building line restriction which has been in place for many years and its purpose is as relevant today as when it was first established. The landscape hasn't changed. The protection of Bannockburn Township's semi-rural character through restrictions on development which affect the landscape, historic, tourism and amenity values should be a high priority. The building line restriction should be treated as a hard boundary between land developed for residential housing and land protected for reasons of landscape, open space and amenity. Most of the residential lots proposed encroach significantly over the building line restriction, and granting consent would undermine the building line restriction in this location and set an undesirable precedent for such building line restrictions in other locations as Central Otago. In writing this, we want to reinforce the idea that Bannockburn should not be thought of as primarily a suburb of Cromwell. The township's high amenity landscape has a national and international reputation which must be protected in support of Central Otago's aspiration to be an important national and international tourism destination. Domestic visitors and international tourists do not want to come to Bannockburn to look at and wander amongst housing. We do not believe the proposed mitigation measures in the consent application will be in any way adequate to address the adverse effects. Roading. There is some provision for future vehicle access within this application, but in our view, there needs to be a complete plan for vehicle access and roading within the whole of residential land owned by the applicants. It is not sufficient to consider one partner's land holding in isolation. We note that the proposal, if allowed, would cause a significant breach in the Central Otago District Council standards for the maximum number of lots on a cul-de-sac. Plan change and the Cromwell Master Plan. The Cromwell Master Plan recognises Bannockburn's defining attributes at a high level, but did not incorporate a spatial planning exercise for the township. The Council's Plan Change 19 decision, which apparently is currently under appeal, correctly recognised the need for a spatial planning exercise at Bannockburn and deferred consideration of expansion of the residential zone. Encroachment over the building line restriction can be seen as a de facto expansion of the residential zone at the time when there is no need to do so because there is plenty of land already zoned as residential. That is undeveloped and available for immediate future. Declining this consent would allow the opportunity for Bannockburn community views on the future direction of the township development, including residential expansion, be considered in the spatial planning exercise. This plan, once completed, will guide future planning decisions for the township in ways that will protect its unique character, including those elements associated with housing, primarily production, which is viticulture and horticulture, historic and cultural heritage, landscape amenity, recreation and hospitality and tourism. And that completed the formal part of the submission.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. It's a very clear submission today, presentation today, and note that many of the issues you've raised have been well traversed through this hearing, and we have asked questions previously, so you would have heard some of those questions and answers. But just to note that we've heard and acknowledged what you've said, And we understand what you've said, and I have no further questions for you, other than to ask how long you've been a resident in Bannockburn.
Sorry,
How long have you resided in Bannockburn?
we turned up Christmas 79, 80. And we bought the land in 1981, if I remember correctly.
Right.
And it was a totally different community then.
Yes.
And communities must change, of course.
Yes.
They don't have to change totally and utterly out of character. So as a historian, I can see the change not being a very good advertisement for small towns around this part of the world.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Thank you. Oh, any questions? Mr. and Mrs. Stretch. Good afternoon.
So, we purchased our property at 36 Terrace Street in 2010. Our home is adjacent to the proposed subdivision. We look directly on the Waterways Hill from our lounge and our kitchen. We knew there would be some development to the north and east of our property. However, we expected that any development would adhere to the build line restriction. We note that around 75% of the proposed lots reach the build line restriction in some way, with around 50% of the building plots being within the BLR. We also thought that an average lot size of 2,000 square metres, as prescribed by the operative district plan at the time, would also be adhered to, although we understand this has now been updated to a minimum lot size of 1,500 square metres. Consequently, we felt that the rural residential character of our setting would be maintained with any future development. In particular, we understood that there would be a maximum of 2 new properties likely to the north of ours, with the build line restriction preventing any property development directly adjacent to our own and over Waterways Hill. Sorry, there's the oven changes from what you've got there. This was a major factor in our decision to purchase on Terrace Street. We are deeply concerned that the proposed subdivision, with its reduced section size and disregard for the build line restriction, would create an intensive urban built environment, which is not in keeping with the rural residential character of Bannockburn. Our property, incidentally, we have 3 sheep on it, so we feel favourable. Waterways Hill rises to the east of our property. We expected our privacy, views and sun to be maintained by future development adhering to the build line restrictions. Indeed, we're currently looking at a forest of poles indicating proposed house line. The proposed number of adjacent properties and placement of dwellings would significantly reduce our views and sun to the east and northeast in particular. And we cross out here. Furthermore, properties and houses come with fences and trees and garages, which would have further potential impact on our eastern and northeastern views and sun. Similarly, the proposed development would create more artificial light and increase noise pollution from having more close neighbours where we did not ever expect them to be due to the protection afforded us by the build line restriction. RC 2030-23398 should have a plan of existing and proposed easements. This would show that the existing right of access to lot 36, our property, is protected. Any lots, including our access road, need to acknowledge the legal status of access to our land and not include the access road in calculating lot size, as is currently the case with the proposed development.
We are concerned by the potential visual impact of the proposed subdivision in areas looking towards Waterrace Hill and Bannockburn. We regularly use the Bannockburn Inlet for recreation, for swimming, biking, running, walking and picnics, specifically enjoying the rural outlook towards Bannockburn. The visibility of the proposed housing development on Waterrace Hill would totally change the rural character and vistas of this area, significantly detracting from the visual appeal. Regarding traffic volumes on the cul-de-sac, as has been mentioned by other submitters, Terrace Street has only one exit and entry onto Bannockburn Road, which is already busy and hard to cross at times. The recommended number of lots serviced by a cul-de-sac is 20, with 19 lots already developed on Terrace Street. The applicant's proposal for an additional 20 lots would fully exceed the current CODC standards for roading and infrastructure services by nearly doubling the lots on Terrace Street. The increase in traffic volume would greatly increase congestion and the potential for an accident at an already busy intersection. We feel a strong connection to the landscape around our property. It is distinctly central Otago. We enjoy the naturalness, the expanse and the ruggedness of the area contained within the build line restriction. We watch hawks and falcons flying over Waterrace Hill, the families of quail living in the area, and enjoy hearing the local owls calling at night. Waterrace itself should be acknowledged and protected. It closely aligns with the build line restriction near our property and is a significant historical feature, and we look onto it from our homes. We are not opposed to development of the Waterrace Hill area. We are, however, opposed to development that does not adhere to the build line restriction and the section size requirements. The proposed subdivision to a large extent ignores the build line restriction, thereby significantly changing the rural character and landscape values of the area we call home. The proposal should be rejected.
Thank you both. So in terms of where your property is located, is it directly adjacent?
Yeah. Yes.
So we would have walked down on, when we were on the site, walking towards proposed lots 3, 2 and 6, we would have walked past your property.
We got asked down the property access one.
Yes, 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 I see where you are.
You can just clarify, is the access is that owned by the properties?
It was not, it's a legal access way, legal right of way for our property.
Right, because it appears like it's on this site, but you've got an easement to use it. Is that how it works? Okay, all right, well, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Ms. Stretch, you were reading from your notes, and then the second last paragraph. I think I could have misheard, but I wondered if you inadvertently skipped the last sentence where you were going to be focusing on. Would you be able to just talk me through that last sentence and your concern that you're articulating there?
So we're just not quite sure where the two poles very close to our house, adjacent to our property, just not quite sure where the building line restriction comes. I think one of them might be very close to the building line restriction. We thought it was within it. Okay.
I wonder if it would help if we could bring up the subdivision plan. Is that handy?
Appendix.
And then you would be able to clearly show us the property and we can look at where the building line restriction comes through. Yeah. If we could increase the size of that.
Yeah, I might have to go over there.
Yes, please. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
So this is our property here.
Yes.
36 Terrace Street. So that's where she live. So this area, we thought the our stand was it's closely aligned with the Waterrace here. And so this house here, when we bought on the property, we always knew to be a couple of houses side to the northeast of us, but no other building on the right of that of the building line area. And so this house, we didn't expect to be one of these houses through here. We expected all of this when we purchased the property.
So it's allotment 6.
Well, that's, yeah, so
And
all of these, this is directly opposite us, but all this development we outlined real concerns around increased noise, light.
Yes.
The views from the inlet down here, that onto this face of waterway spill.
Yes, okay, thank you for pointing that out. That's been helpful to see visually. And I have no further questions on your submission. It was very clear. Thank you both. Do you have any?
No, I found it really useful, so thank you, but I've got no questions.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We did have a couple of people from one of them may have been. Okay, just to check whether we have the McGregors here today? No? No? Okay, so that brings us to the end of presentations from submitters in this process. So thank you very much for everybody for your effort. We recognise and acknowledge the level of time and commitment it takes for people to engage and participate in these processes. It's certainly a very, very important part of the process for us as decision makers to hear how proposals impact on you and your perceptions of those adverse effects and the realities of those adverse effects. So we, Commissioner Ray and myself, thank you all very much for your time and efforts. So that brings us now, we were scheduled to be having lunch at 12:30, but we've been incredibly time effective today. What we could do, depending on availability of council staff, would Ms. Royce, Ms. Pfluger, are you available to perhaps if we go to you now in advance of lunch?
I have a, if you want to do one first, I have a statement that I can print now.
From Yvonne?
Yep.
Probably basically I want to do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. Thank you. And so, yes, so we're going to hear now from Ms. Pfluger, the landscape architect for the council. It's an opportunity for Ms. Pfluger to respond to any of the evidence that she has heard and any of the matters raised through submissions. That would be very helpful if you could talk us through any response to those matters, Ms. Pfluger.
I have it on my screen. It's being printed at the moment, so just maybe two.
Okay, 2 minutes? Yeah, or you can verbally to talk.
Make it.
Thank you. And just if you could be sure to lift your volume, Ms. Pfluger. Thank you.
I just need to open it up. So it's a summary, it's partially a summary of my written evidence, supplementary evidence and peer review, but it's also a response to some of the issues that were raised throughout the hearing. I had to prepare it while here at the hearing, given that, these things are coming up as we were thinking. So I did my best, but hopefully if you have any questions, please interrupt and ask me as we go.
Thank you.
So initially, responding to some of the issues that were raised in relation to my peer review and the relationship to the applicant. And I think this is that really you raised that, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. Good. So, and do you want me to read through it or do you want me to speak through what's easier?
Yeah, perhaps just speak to it in a high level summary.
Yeah.
And then we can follow up with any written. Yeah.
So I was engaged by CUDC in 2021, in July 2021, to provide a peer review. So the office was part of the panel, the peer reviewers, and that got allocated to us to provide this peer review. And that was the end of my involvement at the time. I understand the application was never followed through, and I haven't heard anything since until April last year, or March, April last year, when I was informed that a new application was up. And again, to provide consistency, I was asked to provide a peer review to that. So for the first application, I raised a number of issues, and they related to building size, elevation, height, comparison colours, curtilage areas, planting, and I also recommended the deletion of 4 lots at that time. And those 4 lots are now, they were located in what's now block 30. So there was no other interaction between me or the applicant whatsoever. I just provided my peer review, that application, then I provided another peer review. The second application responded to a lot of the concerns that I raised in my initial peer review, but that was independent of each other. And so I then provided thinking of peer review, which is in front of me now. But just to clarify that there was no differentiation with the applicant. I also wanted to say that I undertook a site visit with the height poles erected prior to the hearing, and that confirmed my conclusions. So I didn't change my conclusions based on the site visit that we also. In terms of the landscape and visual effects assessment, so as you would have seen, I've got a very detailed assessment in there, and I refer back to the RMM report, because that's what I would ask the person to do. That's in your practice to do that. So, as outlined in my peer review and supplementary evidence, I consider the visual effects to be, for most of the selected viewpoints, to be low to moderate. With moderate from viewpoint 6, which is south of the Benny preparation reserve. I explained that in my evidence. I also acknowledge that there are other viewpoints, but I do consider the ones that were selected for visual simulations to be representative. Doesn't mean that there are not other ones that are also relevant. But I think there can be conclusions drawn from the visual simulations in relation to other viewpoints. I note that from most viewpoints, proposed development would be viewed in the context of existing dwellings within Bennegoon. The only viewpoints that currently do not include visible built development on the Bennegoon terrace are the close-up ones along the western side of Bennegoon Inlet, which is viewpoint 6 and 7. From these viewpoints, the proposal would not appear as an extension of built form on Terrace Street, but as an introduction of completely new development. I note that a number of residential buildings are visible around the southern and eastern side of Bennegoon Inlet, from the road, car parks, and cycle trail, and that residential development is not an unexpected element in this landscape. I arrived at my conclusions regarding landscape and visual effects based on potential visibility of the proposed development in the context of the existing landscape character, values, and modifications. Ms. Deem, in her conclusion, considers that fundamentally the issue is the change in land use, which is inconsistent with the purpose of the BLR, with preserving the natural character of water body margins and protecting the open character of skylines, ridgelines, and prominent slopes, and that the role of the site as part of open natural skyline, ridgeline, and prominent slope, and as open rural surrounding Bennegoon, its valued landscape characteristics has not been adequately recognised, so that's just part of the evidence. I consider that the terrace escarpment that the site is situated on displays similar landscape values and character to other comparable landforms around Bennegoon and the inland area, without being a particularly significant landscape feature beyond the characteristics identified. Can I have a hard copy? No.
Could you, I'm not sure.
I will continue here until identified in the RMM report. In my view, the most sensitive site of the site are contained within lots 30 and 40, which are maintained as open space under the proposal. And attached to my summary is the relevant page from the Central Otago District Rural Review. Thank you very much. From the District Rural Review Landscape Assessment prepared by LA4 Landscape Architects. I'll just quickly speak to that. And I only included that because it came up as an issue raised by the commissioners asking about the age of the, how this came about in this, in the district plan. So, there are now insignificant, amenity landscapes identified under section 6B and 7C in the current plan. And my understanding is that this study, the central target district rule review landscape assessment here by LA Board, Landscape Architect in 2007 was the basis for those. I haven't interrogated exactly if everything was adopted, what the process was. I also acknowledge it's old. It's almost 20 years now, but this is the background and I included it. And the relevant map shows that there have been some terraces identified. For example, those around Bendigo, Lowburn, Sugarloaf as significant landscape features. And I saw that in the district plan that they are in there, the ONFs, or significant features. And the area around Bannockburn to the east of Bannockburn is identified as moderate sensitivity. So, which is exactly the midpoint, I think it was from Bendigo to the so that's just background. I don't have a particular view about the quality of the study or its age. So, in terms of natural character effects, while lots 15 to 20 would be visible along the terrace edge from elevated viewpoints, they are set back from cover inlet above Shepherd Street. When within the inlet area, a number of buildings are visible in various directions, in similar proximity and visibility to the proposed lots. I consider that the existing natural character values of Bannockburn Inlet to be low to moderate due to the predominance of exotic land species and the presence of man-made structures, trails and roads. In my view, low to moderate adverse effects would mostly be of an experiential nature in relation to natural length on patterns and openness. In light of the proposed setback of the closest building platform of over 250 meters, in combination with the difference in elevation, I consider that the physical effects of the natural elements and processes of the Bannockburn Inlet would be very low. Overall, the natural character effects are, in my opinion, appropriate in the context of the existing development within the Bannockburn Inlet area. And yeah, I included some references from best practice guidance about natural character, landscape, and visual effects. Just as a information, what other things that are being assessed, and I'm very happy to expand if you have any questions around that, but I'm not going to read through that. I just footnoted those. In terms of conditions, as outlined in my peer review, I consider that the conditions proposed by the applicant are essential to reduce the landscape and visual effects. They're essential to reduce the landscape and visual effects to an acceptable level. In my supplementary evidence, I recommend the implementation of the planting as shown in the visual simulations. I incorrectly referred to the master plan that was included in the actual application, which does not show this planting between the lots 15 to 20 and below. I subsequently realized that this planting is shown on the proposed subdivision plan on page 5 of Mr. Milne's evidence dated September 24. We referred to that yesterday, so that's correct. My recommendation is therefore that the planting is implemented as shown on this plan, with a small extension around the gully area within lot 40 to the north of lot 15. In my April 24 peer review, I recommended planting at a density of 1.5 meters spacing, and I note that this is now proposed in the landscape maintenance plan dated September 24, so I support that. Ms. Steen in her evidence recommends the addition of several other native plant species. I support the addition of these species to the planting palette as they would provide for more species diversity and could assist with planting in vicinity of the proposed residential dwellings where conifer and barnacle planting may be inappropriate due to fire risk. Based on recent experience with QLDC, I recommend that no species listed as high or moderate flammability by fire and emergency in New Zealand. And I've included again a link to a website that has a very good selection of plants where you can select by flammability. So none of the high and moderate flammability species should be planted within at least 10 meters of residential buildings. Could fire risk in relation to the planting be considered an important issue by the commissioners? I would recommend a specialist fire assessment that takes into account landform and prevailing winds, which I understand are really important factors. Beyond my area of expertise. I support a maximum roof height of 265 meters above sea level as building height of 5 meters above existing ground for lots 15 to 19, with 266 for lot 20, and to a 4.2 meter height and 271 for lots 11 to 14. I encourage a build form that follows which is the conditions that the applicant proposed. To encourage a build form that follows the terrain through broken build form that reduces visual bulk. In my supplementary evidence, I recommend for lots 15 to 17, which are the visually most prominent, that the build form should be no more than 8 meters in total height from lowest ground level to top roof level, to avoid the appearance of 3-story townhouses as shown on the visual simulations. That was my summary.
Thank you, Ms. Fluger. A question for you. We've heard from several submitters around a level of uncertainty in terms of the height poles that have been erected on the site. And in particular, some have mentioned the inconsistent heights and the position on the sites. What was your impression? I see in paragraph 1.2, you've obviously undertaken a site visit and those poles were in situ.
Yeah.
Did you have any observations or notice anything that caused you any concern around the interpretation of those from a landscape perspective?
Well, one thing I noticed that some of them are bent.
Yeah.
Apart from that, I agree that that my observation was that there must be some earthworks in order to accommodate the heights of some of them, because some of them were really lower than the buildings, but that would be standard practice that you would erect them at the finished height of the top of the building. So if you have a 5 meter high building, but you will have to remove 2 meters of current landform, you would just have a 3 meter high pole.
Yes.
Indicating the future height of that building.
Yes, I see.
So obviously you can't demonstrate what is happening to the terrain underneath. So you would have to trust a surveyor that they go out and survey them in at the finished roof height that's proposed in the conditions.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to focus on the conditions, but first of all, as I understand it, the applicant has accepted your recommended conditions, the changes to conditions and planting and so forth. Is that right? So there's no disagreement, is that right, in terms of conditions?
It's my understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, well, probably hear more on that, but that's where I'll start from.
Yeah, many of them were adopted into the evidence or into the landscape maintenance plan. So
all right,
that's my understanding.
And you said today that you're satisfied that the conditions will provide the appropriate level of mitigation. You've got confidence in those, haven't you? So I'm just going to have a look at. I've been through those conditions, yeah. Are you satisfied that the visual effects from scarring or earthworks that you've mentioned today and has come up this morning as well? Are you satisfied that they've been adequately addressed in the application and will be in 10 years' time or whatever, will be either hidden from view or not provide a adverse visual effect?
But one of the things with the buildings that sort of were scarring visible from the east, for example, would be on the slopes, the east facing slopes. Those I assume that those buildings would be accessed from the top by driveways.
That's right.
So, there won't be trails or driveways that go up towards them.
Yeah.
So I think that would reduce the need for earthworks for that. Generally, if you build a building and you do earthworks, you then
Fill it in.
put the building where the earthworks were,
All
so.
right, okay.
I mean, there will be some earthworks, but there's some planting, proposed around that. I can't remember if there was anything in there about, height receding earthworks, as soon as practicable or something like that, which could be helpful, just to, deal with the initial scarring as quickly as possible. I mean, within Central Otago, it's very dry, there will be certain, seasons where you could hydro seed and nothing will happen, nothing will grow. So it's generally that we do those things, in spring, winter, autumn.
Right, yes, I was interested because the conditions seem to be geared towards earthwork sedimentation, slope stability, all of those sort of physical, protect the slope, but one of those plans doesn't deal with visual effects, but then the landscape management plan will address that. And I haven't studied that in detail, but are you satisfied from looking at that?
The plan is more about the implementation of the planting,
Planting,
and-
yes.
yeah, and, pest protection, things like that. So,
Okay, yeah.
I would have to go back to give you an answer whether it deals with the initial scarring, but something we quite often recommend would be, initial hydro seeding, something like that.
Okay, and thanks for that. And the only other question was about lighting. I noticed there's a condition that requires 3 LED street lights to be installed, and there's another requirement about bollard lighting, and there was some evidence on that yesterday from the traffic consultant. You're satisfied with lighting generally in terms of fixed lighting outside?
Yeah, I think it should be down lighting for the,
Yes.
for the bollards, yeah, I think up lighting should be one.
All right, okay, no other questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Sorry, I've got 2 questions that I'd like to raise. Is that possible?
No, I'm afraid that's not possible. That's not part of the process. So we ask the questions. So we have listened to submitter concerns. We've spoken and asked questions of you, and now it's our turn to ask questions of council staff. Thank you.
I think the questions to you ask. Is there a role against that?
You could put it.
This is important, this particular one, for the environment.
Okay, if you're happy to
To you.
Just be cool.
Us.
if you could ask me a question from where you're standing.
Okay,
Yes.
I was wondering what the containment of topsoil would be with the excavation, would be considerable excavation. What containment strategy is there for preventing runoff down into the estuary, not the estuary, but the inlet? I suspect, having just looked at that recently around our place, when it does rain, it just gouges, and I don't think anything man-made on those steep slopes could contain them. I think that should be asked, and 10 metres gap from plantings to houses in the northwester that we experience, which could be 20, 30, 40 kilometres an hour, would not stop embers from flying through the air. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, we have in front of us here the draft proposed conditions, which do specifically address slope stability, design and implementation, which look to cover issues such as that you have described in terms of stormwater, appropriately engineered retaining walls where necessary. That's not necessarily a question that I can direct to Ms. Fluger. I don't think that's really within her area of expertise.
I wasn't talking about once these are constructed, it's the process of building and excavating. That's the concern.
Okay, thank you. We've noted that concern.
Thank you.
And we will look to see that that is addressed through this process, and we'll look more carefully at the details. Thank you. Okay, so Ms Royce.
Unfortunately, I have asked Sharon to print out my review and my revised draft conditions.
Yes.
I think it would be unfortunate if I could see them without having those in front of you.
That's fine.
So I wonder if we could take lunch now and
Yes.
come back to my present.
That's more than fine. I'm very happy with that. So it is, it's not quite 12, a quarter past 12. So we'll return at 12:45. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Ms Royce, thank you. I invite you to take us through your review of recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have a lot to cover. There was a lot of information that came from the submitted. And I've also included a set of revised draft conditions.
Thank you.
Which I go through in detail at the end.
We've left copies of the CD for submitters.
Thank you. Copies of.
Yeah.
Ms Lyons has just advised there are copies of the right of reply and conditions.
Yeah.
On the edge there for submitters if you'd like to follow that as Ms Royce delivers her review. Thank you. Thanks, Ms.
So at paragraph 1, I did confirm my density assessment and concluded that the minimum lot sizes comply with both the operative district plan and theme change 19. There's no methodology within the district plan which requires that lot 40 and lot 50 be excluded from the averaging calculation. And just for clarification, I do note that within the rural resource area under the district plan, this caps the area within balanced lots that may be used to calculate average lot sizes. And while I don't want to presume that this is what Mr Hughes was referring to, this capping approach might be reflective of his experience.
Thank you.
There's no such area capping restriction to be applied within the R4 zone.
Thank you.
And I also agree with Mr Barr in respect of future development on lot 50, and that there's no requirement for future development of this lot to be included as part of this application. Moving on to plan change 19. I agree with Mr Barr in respect of the weighting to be given to plan change 19 and consider that greater weight can be given to the provisions set out in the LLRD section and the residential zone subdivision. The appeal, I've listed the appeal provisions there at paragraph 4, and I just note that the objectives set out at paragraph 5, those are the most relevant objectives under plan change 19 to this application, and there are no appeals relating to any of these. I do note that the density standards in the LLR zone S1 is under appeal. However, there's no land use application before you beyond the building line restriction development, and so therefore this rule is not triggered. And in terms of the appeal for the subdivision standard minimum lot size, the appeals seek a smaller lot size rather than a larger lot size, so I can be confident that a minimum lot size of 1,500 square metres, will be the least minimum. And then just at paragraph 10, I just confirm the weighting given to PC 19 provisions. In terms of the BLR and plan change 19 at paragraphs 11 and 12, I understand that the existing BLR fell outside the scope of plan change 19 as section 12 of the ODP was not included in this, although I believe that new BLRs were created as part of the plan change 19 decisions. Therefore, I do not consider that the BLR line for this application has been redrawn. Rather, it's been carried down similar to an annotation that you would find, say, a high voltage transmission line or a hazard annotation on the plans has been carried down. I also note the discussion was suggested that the BLR was increased or moved through the plan change 19 process. In my review of the 2008 paper maps of the ODP and the online maps, these appear to be fairly consistent. And somewhere I have the 2008 maps, behind me, I do have a copy of the 2008 maps.
Thank you.
And excerpt of the GIS for people to compare.
Thank you.
In terms of the comprehensive residential development, Mr. Barr in this pre-circulated evidence identified that a consent is required under LLRZ R12 and associated subdivision rules R5. And then the paragraph 14, I've just clarified what that is, which is an averaging, so you can have, higher density in one part of your site and greater density in another part of your site. The need for consent, in paragraph 15, the need for consent under that rule was subsequently clarified in the memorandum of council in response to minute 9, resolving that consent is not required under these rules. However, at paragraph 16, council concludes that if the commissioners determine that a consent is required, then the applicant considers an application has in fact been made. And I disagree with that. There are no details in the application regarding future housing options beyond the proposed building platforms within the BLR. There's no comprehensive development proposed, as each lot will be individually developed by future owners. I also disagree with council at paragraph 17, where it's stated that all information required by the panel to assess an application under LLRZ R12 is before the panel. There's no provision for housing diversity or choice. Any CRD development response, there's no details regarding how that responds to the context features or characteristics of the site, the extent to which any development provides wider community benefits, and how the CRD development will give effect to policy LLRZ P1. In my opinion, the land use component is applied for does not include an application for comprehensive residential development across the wider site. I maintain that there is no such application. In his memorandum, council asked whether I hold a view as to whether LLR 12 is triggered by the proposal, and I consider that there is no need for such an application, and that there is no application. At paragraph 20, with regard to the MPSUD, at paragraph 119 of Mr. Barr's evidence, he undertakes an assessment of the MPSUD. It is my understanding that as currently calculated, the population of Cromwell and its environments are not predicted to reach a population of 10,000 people for another 15 years, and therefore is unlikely to be classified as an urban environment at this time. That said, I believe the MPSUD was well traversed during the Plan Change 19 hearings, and it was determined that housing capacity created was in line with the MPS, despite population not meeting the urban environment criteria for a number of years. And I also understand with the advent of Plan Change 19, the housing supply potential far exceeds the projected demand. And I consider that the MPS has little relevance to this application. In terms of section 6 of the OGP, in my reading of this, it provides strategic objectives and policies which, and the introduction of this section states that this provides the basis for more specific provisions contained in section 7 through 11 of this plan. As such, I consider the section 7 objectives and policies provide a finer grained approach which give effect to those strategic matters set out in section 6. Turning to the BLR, I note the definition of the BLR given in the district plan, but I also recognise Rule 12.7.7 provides a consenting pathway to establish buildings within this. And at 24, I've just established the reason given for the BLR within 12.7.7. At 25, in my reading of Rule 12.7.7, BLRs are not intended to provide wider landscape values, wider landscape values beyond managing the effects on natural character of water bodies and their margins and the effects on neighbouring amenity and streetscape character. I agree with Mr. Milne that the BLR was likely established to prevent development from being visible from the Cromwell Basin and to protect views of the Bannockburn Inlet. However, in all actuality, Rule 12.7.7 and its matters of discretion appear to fall short of this level of protection. And this is the planning framework which we must work within. I agree with Mr. Barr that given the matters of discretion set out in the district plan relating to the BLR, consideration does not extend to the integrity of the landform and landscape management. I also agree that there is no direct policy framework which relates to the BLR beyond the objectives and policies of the underlying zoning. Nor is there any updated analysis or rationale for the BLR, which was included within the PC19 analysis or decisions.
Ms. Royce, are you happy for to take questions as you're going? At paragraph 25, in the reading of your rule 12.77, regarding the effects on neighbourhood amenity and streetscape character.
Yes.
So earlier today we heard from Mr. and Mrs. Stretch, who showed us the location of their property and their existing view, which in their mind was protected. The amenity of their view was protected by where the current building line is. Is that relevant then to our assessment of neighbourhood amenity and streetscape character, that particular viewpoint?
I believe it is. In fact, yeah, because they do form part of that neighbourhood.
Thank you.
So starting again at paragraph 28. At paragraph 39 of his planning evidence, Mr. Murray accepts that the Central Otago District Plan provides limited guidance on the intended purpose of the BLR beyond the definition that allows it as a first generation plan. The Central Otago District Plan lacks the level of detail found in more recently developed planning documents. However, he also recognises at paragraph 32 that the BLR is not an outdated relic as it was reaffirmed in the new district plan. Mr. Murray places significance on the Bannockburn Heritage Landscape Study, which was commissioned by the Department of Conservation in 2004. This study was a pilot to test a methodology researching heritage landscapes. Bannockburn was identified as a case study. The Cromwell Master Plan references the study, but only in respect to the setting of the local and historical content. The study and its recommendations do not seem to be given further consideration within the Cromwell Master Plan or Plan Change 19, and I consider that little weight should be attributed to the study. Ultimately, building within a BLR is a restricted discretionary activity which signals that development may occur provided the effects on the matters of discretion are appropriately avoided, remedied, or mitigated. This activity status contrasts with an application, for example, to build within an ONS, which would be a non-complying activity in the rural resource zone, for example, or within an ONL, which would be a discretionary activity. The evidence from Mr. Mill and Ms. Luger, concludes that the effects of development within the BLR are acceptable. In terms of the visual simulations and the further assessment presented by the applicant's landscape architect, these have been reviewed by Ms. Luger, and I defer to her expertise in this instance. I know that she generally agrees with Mr. Mill. And then I've just noted paragraph 32, those two additional conditions Ms. Luger talked about previously. I support the inclusion of these conditions, and in addition to, or as confirmed in the design controls set out in Mr. Barr's Appendix A, which includes conditions for the additional mitigation, planting and measures recommended by Mr. Milne in his September evidence. I'd just like to take a moment at paragraph 34 to address the conflict of interest raised by Mr. Holmes with regard to the peer review undertaken by Ms. Fleet. And note that the feedback provided to the applicant was as a result of a peer review to the previous application, the 190154, and that she had not provided additional advice to the applicant beyond the feedback on the previous application. That feedback is held as a matter of public record at CODC. Although Ms. Blue did note in her assessment of the current application that it was an improvement on the previous application. And I consider this to be a fair observation. In respect of the evidence of Ms Stevens, this extends to an assessment on the protection of open natural character of skylines, ridges and prominent slopes, along with the protection of open and natural rural landscapes, visual amenity values from the Lake Johnson Trail, and effects on visitors and recreation users. Ms Stevens appears to correlate the BLR as having similar landscape objectives as the rural resource area. In my opinion, there's no such correlation to be made. I consider that the matters of discretion set out in 1277 are clear and include effects on neighbourhood amenity and streetscape character and the effects on natural character of water bodies and impacts. While there are no directly related, I should say policies or objectives, in terms of the assessment of effects on neighbourhood amenity and streetscape character, guidance is given at the matters set out in LLRZ P1 and sub P1, neither of which are under appeal. Landscape values do not feature as a matter to consider. Further guidance can be taken from the operative plan where objective 7.1.1 seeks to maintain residential character and objective 7.1.2, which seeks the protection of the living environment. Policy 721 sets out those matters which are considered pertinent to residential character, and policy 7.2.2 sets out those matters which are deemed to ensure residential amenity is not compromised. Again, landscape values do not feature as a matter to consider. Policy 7.2.3 of the operative plan seeks to preserve environmental quality. But when you read the explanation of the policy, I've just set out here what the explanation is. There are particular neighbourhoods and localities within the residential area that were specifically created by zones forming part of earlier planning instruments and which have the intention of achieving a certain environmental quality and density of development. Future subdivision and development in these areas must recognise this to the extent provided for in this plan. I consider that the critical guidance here is to the extent that the plan protects environmental quality. When considering the environmental quality of Bannockburn, policy 727 sets out a description of Bannockburn, although in my opinion this is not particularly helpful. And I've included the description of Bannockburn there in paragraph 40. And then also I know policy 727 relates to residential resource areas 1 through 13. Bannockburn is residential resource area 4. But I note that the replacement of the RA4 zoning is to be replaced by the LLRZ zoning, and that this is not your appeal. At 41, in terms of policy 728, management of change, it is important to note that this relates to the management of change, not the prevention or avoidance of change. Furthermore, guidance is given within the explanation for this policy in that it states that it is a purpose of the plan to manage change at the interface between resource areas. And this explanation further notes that change can be managed through the resource consent process where conditions of consent may be applied or through a change process. And also note for completeness that lot 40, which evidence presented suggests is unsuitable for development, actually acts as a buffer between the residential lots and the rural resource areas. So there is a buffer provided. All that said, and beyond the BLR framework, I'd be remiss not to remind the commissioners of the subdivision matters of discretion set out in Rule 7332 and repeated at subdivision R6, of which the relevant matters of consideration include maintain and enhance amenity values, provision of buffer zones adjacent to roads, network, utilities and natural features, and protection of important landscape features, including significant rock outcrops and escarpments. I consider that the subdivision complies with the required lot sizes, which will therefore enable an open form of development and is expected to maintain those amenity values identified for the zoning and the objectives and policies. The evidence presented also establishes a setback of 300 metres to the Bannockburn Inlet is achieved, And positioning of Block 40 provides a further buffer at the interface between the residential development and the rural resource area. The main matter of contention would appear to be whether the subdivision itself provides for the protection of important landscape features, including the escarpment contained within the BLR. I note that the policy framework for the residential zone subdivision section in PC 19 does not provide further policy support for this matter of discretion. Notably, there are no avoid or other directive policies which one would normally expect for a matter of discretion where the protection of something is required. However, there is a good deal of landscape evidence available to the commissioners which provides assistance in terms of establishing the importance of the escarpment and the effects on development. Turning now to natural hazards. So I read out most of that yesterday. So I will skip over there to paragraph 52, where in response to Commissioner Ray's question, I only had limited time last night, apologies. So I was only able to search applications where I was a processing officer. While the applications listed below are within the rural resource area, the rural and the rural zone and the rural and the residential zone mirror each other. And so therefore, I think the approach that I've taken is equivalent in all cases. And so then I've just listed just some applications I could find after a quick search where the second tranche of that rule triggered the requirement for the hazard rule.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't know how you found time to do that, if you've just written this up as well. But I think, thank you very much. But just in relation to the discussion I had with questions with Mr. Barr about whether that rule applies across the whole district. In other words, I think the line of argument was that, and if we interpret it the way we were going to, then any site would potentially require a geotech assessment, and therefore the rule has universal application. But I put to him that there'll be some sites that aren't affected by fault lines or liquefaction or near rivers, and therefore the council wouldn't normally require an assessment of that kind, would they? Is that, am I right in saying that?
Yes, and especially, Cromwell and some of the flatter parts in Alexandra, for example. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that a geotech report or any kind of hazard assessment would have been required where there is nothing shown on the Otago Natural Hazards database or nothing mapped in the district plan. Right. I can think of a lot of subdivisions that have been where I haven't, required further hazard assessment.
Okay, so, yeah. Well, 53.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Yeah. So heritage. So I recognise Objective 635 seeks to recognise and protect heritage values of the district's urban areas, as discussed by Ms. Murray. This objective is supported by Policy 643, which seeks to ensure heritage values are recognised and provided for in the use and development of natural and physical resources found in the district's urban area. The district plan recognises and protects heritage values through Section 11, as amended by Plan Change 20, Section 14 and Schedule 19.4. The proposal does not trigger any rules in those sections. That said, I consider that the evidence of the result demonstrates that the heritage values of the site have been recognised and, where appropriate, provided for. I also confirmed that Heritage New Zealand were notified as part of this proposal, but did not make a submission. And I understand that Heritage New Zealand have been consulted on in relation to this proposal through that.
Ms. Royce, at paragraph 54,
Yes.
where you've pointed out that the district plan recognises and protects heritage values through Section 11, as amended by PC 20, Section 14 and Schedule 19.4.
Yes.
Could you just explain exactly what those what those schedules contain and what they do and what they mean?
Yes,
Thank you.
Absolutely. So Section 11 is heritage precincts.
Yes.
So that encompasses the likes of St Athens and I think Naseby. Yeah, so there's a number of heritage precincts identified with it.
Yes.
Section 14 is heritage buildings, heritage sites and archaeological sites. And the schedule, 19.4, that's a list of those scheduled items that are related to section 14.
Yes, and so the items and sites
Yes,
in section 14 and then scheduled,
yes.
are they typically informed through like a heritage classification through
Yes.
through Heritage New Zealand in terms of A, B category? Is it my, or?
They are old.
Yes.
And so they refer to the Historic Places Trust classification.
Yes, that's the one I was looking for.
Yeah, so they are not up to date. I know that there has been some initial assessment of heritage items being revisited, but they haven't made that into, and they will go through a plan change process as well for more items to be included in the schedule or for other items to be removed.
Thank you. And where you say as amended by PC20, when was PC20?
PC20 became operative December 2024. So that was
quite recent.
Yes, it was updated. It was an update to the heritage precincts, but only really could review the matters of discretion.
I see.
And introduced tentatively heritage guidelines.
Thank you. Thank you.
And paragraph 56, just reaffirming that I support an ADP condition. But I think that this should be included as a general condition for the subdivision and then also as a consent notice condition to be imposed on the record of title for each lot. So consent be granted. In terms of earthworks, the application includes subdivisional earthworks, being those works required to create roads, access servicing. While it's understood that some lots will require earthworks in order to be developed, I think that it would be premature to consider these earthworks prior to any house design. And I also consider that it would be undesirable to require the building platforms to be established as part of the 224C certification process or as a 224C condition, because those exposed vacant building platforms may sit there without mitigation for any number of years until those lots are on sold and developed.
Mm.
And I know, and I'll just make a note too that the residential earthwork standard in the IDP is very permissive. And that standard does not appear to have been carried over into the LLRZ provisions. And so I'm not sure if that's deliberate in that they are now, the council is going to rely on the ORC provisions. But the application does recognise that consents for earthworks may need to be sought from ORC in terms of the subdivision earthworks. And I just note that it's uncertain whether the development of each of those residential lots will trigger those ORC requirements or impact the standard in the district plan. In terms of acceptance of lot 30 and lot 40 as reserve, in his evidence, Mr. Ford raised concerns regarding the lack of certainty created by condition 6P relating to the vesting of lot 30 and considers that this uncertainty could create issues at the time of 223 and 224C certification. And I agree with those changes that Mr. Barr had included in his Appendix A. And as noted, I do have a revised set of conditions which we're going to go through. So, at paragraph 60, I just note, council does not wish to accept lot 40 as a reserve. Council has a duty to manage ratepayer money judiciously, and on the face of it, assuming the management of lot 40 is not deemed to be a good use of ratepayer money. Also, the acceptance of a reserve is required to go through a separate council process with no certainty of outcome. And as commissioners are aware, conditions should not be reliant on a separate legislative approval process. Turning now.
Before you go to conditions, see if we've got any questions. Just on that lot 40, understand what you're saying there. In assessing this application, do you see a need to protect that land in some other way? In terms of, are you happy to leave it as a balanced lot that could potentially attract another application, or is there any other mechanism, or do you think there's a need to have any protection, or are things okay as they stand?
Well, I think the lot 40 has a number of limitations in them itself, which would reduce the development potential of the site. But it is zoned residential. So,
Right.
yeah, if it was, I don't believe that it can be concluded from being residential in the future. But
So if an application came in, it would be assessed on its merits
That's
at
exactly
the
right.
time. Okay. All right. Now I've got one other question. So, I commend you on how fast you've got through this, but I might have missed something. So, no, you're fine. I might have missed something, but where you're focused on the rule framework and the restricted discretion activity pathway for building on restricted transgressions. I recall in your 42A you've elevated it to full discretionary because of the hazards thing. That's still your view? But I'm not sure you've said it in here, but that's still your view?
That is still my view.
Okay.
So I think back here I've said the restricted discretion provide guidance for your assessment. But I do believe that it is a restricted discretionary, fully discretionary, due to the hazard.
Yes.
But as noted, those hazard matters have been dealt with.
So what I want to ask you now is you've thoughtfully directed us to what the BLR considerations are and includes streetscape, so the views down the terrace street, amenity of neighbours. But I think you've said in here that it shouldn't be expanded to include views, wider landscape views. But as a full discretionary activity, are we at liberty to consider those things?
Well, I think even when assessing a fully discretionary activity, you're still guided by the relevant objectives and policies.
Yes.
And so ultimately this is a residential subdivision that does extend into a BLR, but the underlying objectives and policies set out in the LLRZ zone do guide you in your assessment.
Okay. All right. I think that answers it. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. And I have one question for you as well, Ms. Royce, in relation to heritage from paragraph 53 to 56.
Yes.
So you've addressed the objective and policy raised by Mr. Murray of the operative plan, the ODP, and in his evidence, and I believe today as well, we heard that the ORC policy relating to heritage is also relevant. Have you turned your mind to that, or considered whether the relevance of the regional council policies?
I can't think off the top of my head whether I addressed it as part of my section 42A report, sorry.
I think I remember when I was preparing, I don't think you have, but I would need to check that as well. And I know that Mr. Murray did attend to that in his written evidence.
Sure.
So that would be something that we follow up with you following the hearing, perhaps. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, conditions. With regard to the revised conditions submitted by Mr. Barr, I have reviewed these and also discussed the proposed changes to the engineering conditions with the CODC environmental engineers. Should consent be granted, I've amended Mr. Barr's Appendix A to reflect the conditions where there is disagreement. And for clarity, I've used Mr. Barr's numbering, which is only slightly complicated because I've inserted the new condition 6G. So in terms of, so you've got a copy of the conditions, conditions there. And I just note that I have included an ADP as condition 2B. I've moved that up. Mr. Barr had originally moved it into as a 224C condition, and I've actually relocated that into the general condition section. At condition 4I, I've included a note advising that no heritage elements are to be passed over to council ownership or administration without the agreement in writing of the Chief Executive Officer. One of my concerns was, for example, the water race that was going to be turned into a gravel footpath that would then pass over to council ownership, and become their responsibility. And I just want to make sure that council is very aware, of the obligations and the items that it is going to be held responsible for. And so that's why I just included that as an advice note, under as part of the archaeological and heritage impact assessment condition. In terms of condition 5B, I agree that on the those building platforms should be as shown on the landscape master plan, but note this should be amended to include all lots within the VLR and including lot 6. And I also note on that landscape master plan that the VLR may not be in exactly the right location. So the applicant may need to check that. In terms of condition 6G, I've just inserted an additional condition 6G to capture the requirement to create a footpath within existing terrace street. I understand that's the applicant's intention, and then that will link up with the new road created or new footpath as part of lot 101. And then I've just slightly amended condition, which is now 6A, but was 6G, to connect the new footpath so that those align. In terms of former condition 6H, the inserted condition is acceptable except for 6H9. The CODC standard requires a field footpath for lot 100, and the engineers confirmed that this is the appropriate standard. The engineers seek a field footpath be imposed should consent be granted. And I just note here again, I do not consider it appropriate to pass off modified heritage water races as public footpaths to be managed by council. In terms of condition 6I, I've just included that to added lot 6 to that. That was, I think there should be a vehicle access way created at that time. Although I do note that there is a consent notice condition which refers to creating the access for lot 6. So there may be some steepness issues there. In terms of former condition 6J, the amended condition is largely acceptable insofar as the conditions for right-of-way serving between 2 and 4 lots can be merged into one condition. Minor wording changes are proposed to replace serving 2 or more lots to serving between 2 and 4 lots. That's just in case there was a bit of creep there. In regard to conditions 6J12, this is not accepted, and I'll have some discussion about that later at the end of the condition review. Condition 6A, this change is generally acceptable, noting, however, that it's important that the right-of-way not be carried over to lots 2 and 6 over lot 3. So this is the right-of-way that runs along the back of lot 3 to 6 to serve lot 36, which the stretches were talking about.
Yes.
And so if there's to be no upgrade of that right-of-way, then I don't believe there should be additional users introduced. And so therefore, the right-of-way easement over lots 2 and lot 6 should be cancelled, so that they are accessed off that lot 100 loop road. And I've just modified that condition to reflect that. Condition 6M, the change promoted by Mr. Barrow is acceptable. Condition 6N, this relates to the street tree layout. And I think that's generally fine, but I think the plan should be certified by the Parks and Recreation Manager prior to acceptance, just so that they know what you're getting into in terms of the maintenance and ownership of those. And at that time, they can also set the time frame for when the responsibility passes from the applicant to council. And that's also in terms of condition 6O, in terms of the reserve lot for lot 30. So conditions 6P through 6P, as set out in Mr. Barr's appendix A, have been deemed, I consider these acceptable. Condition 6U, that's the ADP condition. And that's an ongoing condition. I've relocated that into the general. Turning now to the consent notice conditions. 7A, that requires all the buildings to be established within the building code forms. And I just note that this should also include lot 6 and any other lot that falls within the BLR. The change to condition 7 is of Mr. Barr's appendix A is acceptable, condition in the same condition 7J. And there's a new condition 7K. Oh, that's a landscape plan and the considered condition is acceptable. And condition 7L is acceptable. Condition 7K is acceptable, except that I removed the reference to the Rosebank Industrial Park and corrected some minor typos. And condition 7M, as noted above, I recommend an accidental discovery protocol also be imposed as part of the consent notice conditions. In addition, I know that there are conditions which have been offered by the applicant which I have not addressed. Currently, there are no conditions of proposed or current conditions that need to be amended to address the exterior lighting, as discussed in Mr. Milne's evidence yesterday. The street lighting standard that was discussed by Mr. Bartlett is amended. Sorry, the name eludes me at the moment. The heritage, there was some discussion about modification of the heritage and tying that into the archaeological authority. And also the provision of public access through lots 40 and 51. So this was discussed and promoted by the applicant, but there doesn't seem to have been any conditions that I've seen that relate to access provisions through those lots. And the conditions will need to ensure that those lots which do not have building platforms and which are within the BLR will need to be identified. Furthermore, the species diversity condition identified by Ms. Stevens and accepted by Mr. Milne will also need to be included. And I'll leave those matters for the applicant to address. And then in addition, at 63, I just note the flammability matter raised by Mr. Kruger. Right. Circling back at paragraph 64, circling back to condition J12, the original draft condition set out in the section 42A report stated that a maximum, if the maximum right-of-way gradient is proposed to be exceeded, then this may only occur with the approval of the COGC infrastructure manager. The applicant seeks more certainty regarding right-of-way gradients, and this is understandable. However, Council's current urban standard provides a maximum gradient of 16%. In the discussion set out in the section 42A report, the engineers tentatively agreed to some leniency in this case by considering a 16.7 rural standard for the gradient. Mr. Ford identifies that a gradient of 20% would meet NZS 44210. And the applicant seeks the ability to create rights of way with gradients up to that level. He advises that if this gradient was refused by council, the formation of the right of way and reduced gradient will result in detrimental effects arising from the additional required earthworks. The CODC engineers note that they are moving towards engineering standards based on the NZS 4404210 standard, but confirm that climatic conditions in Central Otago do not lend themselves to gradients of up to 20%, and that a higher friction surfacing would not be sufficient mitigation. The engineers note that in Queenstown, QLDC has modelled their engineering standards on the NZS 4404-210 standard, but have departed from the standard by reducing the urban gradient standard to 16%. The engineers confirmed that it is likely that the CODC standards, once confirmed, will generally align with the QLDC standards. Overall, the engineers are opposed to a gradient higher than the 16.7%, but recognise that the original condition provided the applicant some ability to increase the gradient where they can demonstrate that this could be operated safely. That said, the engineers expect that there will be no amount of mitigation which would support a gradient of 20% or above. I have reverted back to the original draft condition, but note that a 16.7, they clarified that a 16.7 gradient could be accepted subject to good engineering design. And then just in terms of whether a separate land use consent is required, I consider that the effects of building within the BLR are largely addressed through the inclusion of the building platforms and the consent notice conditions. But if a land use condition is to be imposed, it can say that all buildings within the BLR must be contained within the building platform as per draft condition 7A. And once titles are received in the development will be subject to the consent notice conditions. So in conclusion, subject to the resolution regarding the right-of-way gradients, and we're relying on the landscape evidence of Mr. Mill, I continue to recommend that the consent be granted, subject to the revised draft conditions that I've set out.
Thank you, Ms. Royce. That's a very comprehensive summary of all the issues that have unfolded across yesterday and today until very recently. So thank you very much for putting all that together in short time today. Thank you. I have no further questions at this point.
Just one minor question, I guess, in terms of the consent requirements. I read in the application that an earthworks consent is required from the regional council for under the regional water plan. Is that, and that'll be done separately. Is that acceptable? You know, is that something we should consider, or will the council be considering different things to what concern us, do you think?
I think they won't be focusing so much on amenity and things like that. They'll be more worried about, you know, runoff and, you know, dust and sediment control.
So it's quite acceptable to do that separately. Yeah.
I believe so. And also, I know that there's a condition in that's volunteered here for a erosion and sediment control plan, which obviously, you know, they will be submitting as part of their application to ORC.
Okay, and finally, I guess we had a lot of discussion during this hearing about the Vincent County plan and so forth. And you've made it clear in your evidence that we deal with the current framework, but how, if we wanted to give some weight to, if we were of a mind to give weight to the reasons for the BLR that are expressed in the previous plan, is that a 104(1)(c) matter, or is that how would we bring that in if we wanted to consider it further?
I mean, I guess the Vincent plan provides historical context as to how the BLR got there, but you know, there is a current plan in effect that had available to it at the time that it was implemented, had available to it the reasons and the rationale behind the Vincent, behind the BLR as given in the previous planning document. And if, you know, that could have been carried through into the operative plan. So I think it's helpful in terms of context, but in terms of weight, I'm not sure that you can give too much to it.
Well, thank you. No other questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us back to Mr. Fowler, the applicant.
Thank you. There's been quite a few things that have been discussed during the last couple of days. As I mentioned in my opening, there's really two rounds of complexity. One is related to the planning context, and then second in relation to the landscape assessment. And So I'm aware that there's not, and so I'm happy to address you about both of those matters today and respond to things that have occurred. Equally, I'm happy to provide supplementary submissions and response on any matters you would like me to. I'm also mindful that you may have some questions of Mr. Barr in light of the matters that have been discussed today. And so I'm really in your hands as to how best you'd like to proceed, given the time that's available for the balance of the hearing.
Yes, well, we will be requesting a written right of reply from the applicant, and we are likely to also issue a post-hearing minute with some of the issues we would expect to be covered, or that we would invite you to cover in that right of reply. So it would be useful to be able to ask one or two questions of your experts, since they are here, in particular Mr. Barr and Mr. Mill.
Mr. Bartlett.
And Mr. Bartlett?
Yes.
Yes.
I wonder whether we make the best use of the experts while they're here.
Yes, I think so.
And if I have any comments, arising from those questions, perhaps I could make them either at the close or during the course of those questions. But otherwise, unless time limits later after that has been completed, I don't think it's the best use of our time for me to sort of address you directly by way of a reply.
Okay, thank you. That's perfectly fine. Okay.
Should we just have one or two questions of witnesses who are still here?
Yes.
And if I could just ask one.
Absolutely. Well, we could ask them to come forward.
And hopefully they're not too difficult to answer, but we haven't given any notice, but we'll just see. There are things that have come up today.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Bartlett, I wonder if you could just come forward. I was going to ask you one question. Mr. Bartlett, thank you. We didn't have a lot of questions of you yesterday, but one matter arose today about the cul-de-sac and the number of lots. What one of the submitters stretches, raised the question about how many lots were being served from the cul-de-sac, and apparently it triggers a rule, 20 is the maximum, and there's more than that proposed. And I just wondered if you could just tell us in your own words, I guess, how you've assessed the additional lots accessing the cul-de-sac in breach of the rule.
Well, I suppose there's a couple of elements to that. And so there's a cul-de-sac road type, which is an urban road type. And I think if you go to my evidence in chief, around paragraphs 27, 28, and potentially into paragraph 30, there's some definition around that.
Okay.
So yeah, in the code of practice, there is a standard urban road type, as in what you see here in Cromwell, nice width for a single lane and parking, and it would generally have curb and channel each side, formalised stormwater infrastructure, I suppose you could call it, and it would be typically serving up to 20 dwellings.
Okay.
And that's a similar road type that you see in a number of different code of practices. It comes under NZS 444 2010, and it dates back through previous versions of it as well, including 2004 and some council's amendment to 2004. That's a road type. It's a typology. It's not a functional type. It's you could call it like the road type A as well if you want. Whereas in Bannockburn, the environment's quite different in that it's large lots. It's not small urban type lots on each side. It's large lots where typically they can afford parking within the lot and aren't relying on that streetscape for that parking. And that means that you end up with two traffic lanes out of it rather than a traffic lane and parking out of a similar access width. I'm not aware of any form of curb and channel on Bannockburn. I'm saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think it's part of their general streetscape. So hence, that's why we've modified that road type to create a road that's 2 traffic lanes or would typically operate as 2 traffic lanes, and to serve this dwelling, well, this development and all the dwellings within it. And if you think about it as a 2-lane road, you can think about the capacity of a 2-lane road is really, it's about 1,500 vehicles per hour per direction. So as far as the capacity of that road length, that's miles away from where we're talking. You know, that's 3,000 odd dwellings serving a 2-lane road.
Yeah.
So we're talking 20 and possibly 40 by the time you add on the existing. And so hence that road type, that road typology, as a cul-de-sac type, is not limited by traffic flow. It's limited by the urban environment that it would typically serve. And like I say, that would be higher density primary type environment rather than lower density 1,500 square metre lots and type.
Well, that's
So-
fine, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is probably in your evidence, but because it came up today, it was useful just to get you to give an off the cut, and you gave a very comprehensive answer. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from with that. Thank you.
So yeah,
Appreciate it.
definitely doesn't
I know
affect capacity.
No other questions of you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Murray?
Oh, yeah, I had one question. Well, Mr. Melanie, thanks for coming forward. And similar, another thing came up today was the earthworks and the visual effects of earthworks for building platforms and the like. And Ms. Fluger responded to a question I had. And I guess I was just interested to hear whether you can give us an off-the-cuff sort of answer about how you've assessed the impact of earthworks for building platforms and roading. And invite you to just address that now if you can.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, certainly covered in my assessment, specifically the earthworks associated with the roading. The roading earthworks plan was part of my graphic attachment, and I think in all my viewpoint assessments, I noted earthworks in those as well. So,
right.
And you'll note on the mitigation planting plan that some of the roadway, some of the mitigation shown on lots 4 and 5 would in fact be on the data that would be required for the earthworks for that road. So I've taken that into consideration. In terms of earthworks on building platforms or future earthworks on building platforms, that would take 1 or 2 or 3 of many forms, I'd imagine, depending on house type, etc. As Ms. Fluger correctly said, often on building platforms, those earthworks are covered by the building.
Yeah.
The house. They'd be accessed from the top of the garage, so there would be a large amount of extent of earthworks associated with roading to those, particularly thinking about lots 15 through to 20. Ms. Fluger floated the idea or suggested that there could be a condition about hydroseeding of earthworks prior to building. Well, there's a lag in time between earthworks and building, and a condition like that would be most appropriate.
Right, okay, thanks for that. And would houses be built on poles, do you think?
That would be built a number of ways, I imagine. It would be a really interesting exercise for an architect. And I think you'd get some really creative solutions.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's useful just to have that given to us on the same day it's raised. So thank you very much for addressing that.
Thank you. And Mr. Barr? Thank you, Mr. Milne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. So today we've heard from Mr. Gardner Hopkins on behalf of Birdie and his experts, and there has been a consistent concern raised around the proposed earthworks and what this means in the terms of the consent sought. There was mention of potentially Section 91 additional consents required or under Section 92 further information that might be required in relation to earthworks. Have you put your mind to those concerns today? And do you have any comment at this point?
Yes, I can help a bit, just in terms of the planning framework. So the application identified, just as Ms. Royce has done, that under the residential resource area rules, there's only one earthworks rule.
Yes.
And I better refer to the page in the application.
Page in the agenda, that'd be fine. And if the commissioner to be able to find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I was trying to find the page in the application, which is in the agenda.
She got it just before.
So section 5, sorry, page 126 in the agenda is the application document.
Yes.
Now, the consent isn't sought under the earthworks rule because, and I'd like to have the rule in front of me just as I refer to it, because it's a copy and it is, it's rule X 7.3. Ms. Royce might have to help me out here.
7.360.
That's the one. So in the rule, what the rule actually says is any extraction of material shall not exceed 1 metre in depth within 2 metres of any site boundary.
So it's a side yard type thing.
That's only a boundary in the rule.
Yeah.
So the application doesn't engage that rule.
No,
Okay.
no, I think the application complies with that rule.
Yes. Okay.
And just in terms of the Otago Regional Council consent, the application's clear that, as Ms. Royce has explained, that a regional council consent would be required. Now, the primary reason for that consent is to manage erosion and sediment management. And under Plan Change 19, there's actually a new rule that was introduced, and it's rule LLRZ 11, I believe. Now, the rule has 2 limbs. The first limb of the rule is a repeat of the operative district plan rule, which is the boundary infringement. And the second limb of the rule limits earthworks on the site to 200. Says the maximum volume of land excavated with any site in any 12-month period does not exceed 200 metres cubed per site. And then it says excluding excavation required for construction of a building for which building consent has been issued. So that rule was introduced as part of the Plan Change 19 decisions on submission, and the rule has legal effects. So that activity, so there's two parts to this. The activity that the subdivision is subject to that rule, which is a restricted discretionary activity rule. Any future development on any lot will also be subject to that rule. But as the rule says, it's excluded if there's a building consent being obtained. So the building consent has been granted, then it's exempt. So what's interesting in this context, and given the sort of heightened sensitivities with landscape and visual amenity issues, and as we said yesterday, I'm going to go back to the conditions and have another look. But there's sort of 2 other elements to this as well that I just want to respond to. Is that the conditions at the moment already have an erosion and sediment control management volunteered for future development on each lot. And we are going to look at strengthening up or making sure that the landscape related rules are a bit more comprehensive in relation to rehabilitation of big workspaces and things like that. Okay.
Yeah, so if I understand, that right, another consent is triggered.
Yes, yeah, it wasn't picked up. I mean, obviously, it couldn't be picked up in the application because it didn't have legal effect. I should have picked it up in my evidence.
Yeah.
Because the rules have legal effect when legal effect when I drafted that.
So the 200 cubic metres, excluding building sites, so it's the roading, everything else, right, the tracking.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So I suppose we would invite Mr. Fowler to deal with that in his reply, but we would need to have that covered off and refer us to the assessments that have been done to that, I would guess.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
thank you for being forthcoming with that. Yeah, not familiar with the versions of that plan change, so. Probably ask, Ms. Royce, have you had a chance to look at that, or did it sound reasonable?
Just a very minute,
Right.
I was, apologies, I was looking at the standards.
Yes.
Because I thought it had carried over, I didn't realise there was a separate rule relating to it. So I agree, that, where the subdivisional earthworks are going to exceed more than 200 cubic metres, then a consent is true.
And it would be, without being too presumptive, it'd be normal to require an earthworks sediment control management plan as part of an application which has been provided, hasn't it? So, we'll invite the applicant to address that, but that seems to be the case. But
I think within the application, obviously when the application was lodged, this rule wasn't there at all. It was well before notification of plan change 19. But I think that the application does include details on earthworks and includes an earthworks plan, and noting that that is only relating to the subdivisional works and not the development of the individual.
yes, that's right. Okay, no, thank
you. Well, thank you. That's clarified.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, it's clarified that matter, and that we'll detail this we'll issue a minute.
Yes.
But this will signal now that will be an issue we'll be expecting to be
Yes, sir, I'd be very
addressed.
happy to address that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's our questions.
Yeah, I've got no further questions.
Thank you.
I wonder whether it would be worthwhile I'm happy to answer any questions you might have of me. Alternatively, I could provide some high level, verbal response to matters, some matters that have been raised. By no means is there time available to respond to all matters, but I could provide you with an initial reaction to some of the matters that have been raised.
That would be helpful. We have time. We've got it's 1:55, so there is time on our schedule.
Yes.
It would assist us to hear your response to perhaps some of those key issues.
I think the starting point is the contrast between the applicant's approach to understanding of the statutory documents, particularly the ODP and PC9 plan, as compared to that of the submitters. And I mentioned in my opening that looking at the building line restriction overall and the relevant provisions in the plan, the view that the applicant has is it doesn't preclude development within the building line restriction. However, it does require that any development be carefully managed. And the approach from the submitters has generally been that the building line restriction is sort of a red line beyond which no buildings should be allowed to occur. And that sets the scene for some of the significant differences between where the applicant's views and the submitter views. There are other considerations, of course, but fundamentally that's one of the more significant, points of division, if you like. And what's interesting in that regard is that the planning evidence that you've heard all seems to be fairly well aligned with the applicant's view. So you've heard from Mr. Barr, and you've heard from the Council 42, the council planner, and their views are very similar in terms of their approach to building line restriction. They see it as being an application that triggers the building line rules to be one that's required to be assessed on its merits, and that the matters for discretion are identified in the plan are important in informing that assessment of the merits of the proposal And interestingly, Mr. Murray doesn't take any issue with that. He had ample opportunity to do so, but he doesn't seem to have taken issue with that. There has been quite a lot of discussion about the role of the Vincent County scheme. Nothing that's been presented causes me to alter my view as to the significance of that document. In my view, it provides historical context. And the council planner is similarly of the same view. It's not to be, I'm not suggesting it be completely disregarded. I do think it's available for you to consider it as one of the, in terms of your interpretation of the plan. And I didn't feel the need to go through this in great detail in my opening submission. There's plenty of other things to cover, but I don't disagree with Mr. Hopkins' submissions about interpretation of planning instruments. That's fairly well-worn territory, and historical, the history of the rule, history of the planning document is available matter for you to consider. But there's a limit to how much influence it can have on your interpretation of the current plan. Mr. Royce made a good point, and one that I thought of previously, but essentially the applicants, the council submitters need to take the plan as it is. It's not what's the phrase? It doesn't sort of reflect Chancery style, drafting. It's not perfect, but it's nonetheless understandable without significant resort back to the Vincent County scheme, in my view. And that's important when one comes to consider landscape and visual amenity effects. Because again, we have a divergence of views between the applicant and the council landscape architects and the Stevens. However, the starting point for their assessments, in my view, is different. Because Ms. Milne and Ms. Flusher have undergirded their assessment by reference to the plan as it is. And they've just taken the plan and applied it within the context of their assessment. And respectfully, of my view, Stevens has migrated beyond what the plan provides for and their undergirding of their assessment, and instead has relied unduly on the provisions of the Vincent County scheme. And that's reflected not just in her evidence in chief, but in response to questions from that were posed to her by Commissioner Ray earlier today. And in response to that, she mentioned that in her view, the restriction is essentially an urban growth boundary effect. And that's plainly not correct, in my view. But it has informed an approach to assessment where anything that's beyond the boundary is of the building line restriction is seen to be inappropriate. And the other point that arising from questions or comments from Ms. Stevens today was her view that the purpose of the building line restriction is containment, intended to contain growth around Barrackburn. Now, that may be true for the original building line restriction inserted into the initially into the Vincent County scheme. But time has passed, planning instruments have changed, and it's no longer a relevant or consideration of the building line restriction today. Nowhere is containment mentioned in the provisions of the operative district plan or PC 16. And the pointers can be demonstrated as to why containment isn't particularly relevant today, and by reference to Mr. Stevens' own evidence in chief. Where it includes a plan, page 1 of the supplement, that shows Bannockburn with the existing urban boundary and the existing building line restriction, and then she has a yellow line showing the containment line contained in the that's shown in the original Vincent County scheme change that imported the building line restriction into the plan. And even at a quick, look at that, there's multiple buildings beyond the original containment line of the building line restriction that was included in the original iteration of the of the Vincent County scheme. So containment, if it might have been relevant historically, it's not particularly relevant today in my view. The matters that need to be considered are those that have been identified by planning experts for the council and for the applicant. What's interesting is there's a very high level of alignment, and you would have gathered that yourself from listening to the experts reading the evidence. One of the key points that emerged today, which I think needs to be juxtaposed alongside some of Ms. Stevens' evidence, is the summary from Ms. Flusia describing the surrounding environment of Bannockburn Inlet. And in my submission, those comments, which are at her paragraphs 24, 23, 24, and 25 were absolutely on point. It's a very pleasant scenic locality, pleasing to the eye, but it's not particularly natural in the sense of being an outstanding natural landscape. There's a lot of modification within that landscape. Self-sown trees around the outskirts of the inlet. There's bike trails, there's roads around the perimeter of the inlet, and then moving backwards up the slopes from the inlet itself. There's a range of existing land uses from vineyards through to peppering with different houses, and several of those houses are considerably closer to the inlet margin, the waters of the inlet, than what's here proposed. And that's easily understood just simply by reference to the viewpoint documents included within Mr. Milne's evidence, where you can see each of the various houses that are in the locality of that document there. So the point and proposed lot layout map given from the visual simulation addendum to the supplementary evidence. It's obvious when you're actually on the site. It's also obvious from looking at that document that there are already a large number of houses in and around the locality of the area. And that's been recognised by Ms. Flusia, but it doesn't not given any real attention recognition behind the scenes, and I think that's quite an important difference. There's a lot that could be mentioned about the landscape evidence, and I'm reluctant to go into too much detail because you'll need to form your own assessment of it. And I'm reluctant to simply repeat points that are made in my opening submissions about some of the shortcomings that I identified then at that point in relation to Ms. Stevens' evidence. So I won't traverse that material again now, but I would invite you just to revisit those comments because I think they are borne out by the subsequent evidence that we've heard today in the summaries, particularly the evidence of misprision. In terms of plan integrity and precedent, a couple of things to sort of clarify or comment on there. There's been discussion about what the applicant may or may not do with other land and with lot 50 within the site, or indeed other land further to the north on land known as Slowly Out Hill. And the concern of submitters is that, granting this application is going to set a precedent such that the council will find it difficult to decline future applications. I simply do not think that those submissions can be substantiated in the circumstances of this present case. Reiterate the reasons that I've mentioned in my opening submissions. There are a number of features of this proposal which are not easily replicated on other sites, even land that is quite close by. Slaughter Yard Hill, for example, which is to the north of lot 50 and has a building line restriction over it, is a completely different proposition in terms of its elevation, its prominence, and indeed the amount of heritage items that are within that site. They significantly eclipse the amount of the heritage values that are within the subject site. And this was alluded to some degree by Mr. Searell. So whilst at face value, it may seem, well, these are really quite close to one another, these sites, they are quite different. And they would require completely fresh, different analysis to determine whether any development on that site would be suitable. And I'm not aware of any plans by the applicant to develop within the building line restriction on building that home. This is not intended to be sort of a Trojan horse to enable multiple lots elsewhere within the building line restriction area. In fact, if anything, this process is a salient reminder to the applicant of how challenging it is to locate land within the building line restriction, given the extent to which the proposition has been tested through this process. And it's required an enormous amount of resource and effort by the applicant to get to this point. And so that concern sort of cuts both ways, both for the applicant and for submitters. There's also a range of features associated with this, as I mentioned earlier. with this proposal, which would be really quite difficult to replicate. The only other point I'd make in relation to precedent, I can develop this a little bit further in my legal submissions, if you would like, is that one of the cases that I provided to you in the bundle is at tab 7 is Canberra and the Napier City Council. And this has quite a useful discussion about the question of precedent in the context of discretionary activity in the event you're wanting to determine that this is a discretionary activity. And essentially the thrust of that discussion is to say that yes, precedent can be a relevant consideration in section 104(1)(c). However, the extent to which it will be relevant is informed by provisions of the plan. There's reference to a case of Sker in the Queenstown Lakes District Council, where precedent was found to be a concern in that case, but in that case, the council was dealing with an outstanding natural landscape, and there were considerations in the plans pointed toward there being toward it being inappropriate to put houses or development within an outstanding natural landscape. And the point I would make is here the plan provisions don't point in that direction. The criteria within the plan, the objectives and policies framework do not signal that it's inappropriate to put development within a building line restriction area. It simply provides a mechanism for such applications to be considered on its merits by reference to key matters for discretion. So I can develop that a little bit further in my submission, but you may find that helpful to refer to that case, because it seems to deal with a matter that was emerged during the course of the hearing. There's a lot more that I could comment upon, but I'm not sure that I could usefully do that in a way that's as coherent as it might be if I would put it into writing for you. But I am happy to answer any questions that you might have for me just at this point.
I appreciate, you'll be doing a written reply, but one thing that came up today again was the discretion, if we were to determine this was a discretionary activity.
Yes.
And to what extent can we consider the wider landscape and visual effects? As Royce said to us today, that we should be guided by the objectives and policies, and the BLR seems to have a purpose, a different purpose to what it had in the Vincent County scheme. It's more focused on streetscape, community, neighbours and that sort of thing. But as a full discretionary activity, is it still open for us to consider the viewpoints that we've asked for through the process and all of that wider impact? You could address that now if you like. Or,
well, I'm happy to pick up it now.
Yes.
It's a good point you raise. And so by way of context, the short answer is I don't think it matters. In this particular case, given the material that you have in front of you, is the short answer.
Okay.
The reason why there may seem to be a bit of a mismatch between my presentation of the case as being a restricted discretionary activity and the range of information you have in front of you, including heritage matters and landscape assessment, that goes beyond the simple matters that are contained within the restricted discretionary activity criteria for building line restriction, is because the genesis of this application was a non-compliant consent application for a 38-lot subdivision. And so all of the assessments that you have been, all the experts that were involved in that initial proposal, where everything was on the table and available for consideration, have been retained by the applicant and been engaged to help frame up and provide assessments regarding the current application.
And so it's not a case where we've come to a view, well, we think it's restricted discretionary activity and therefore these are the narrow confines upon which the assessment should be limited. It's actually sort of the opposite. We've started with an approach of saying, well, everything is available for assessment, and then we sort of reset the proposal to bring it more into line with council planning provisions, both with, particularly in relation to their lot sizes. But we haven't trimmed back or reduced the breadth of the assessments from the experts. So even though arguably heritage isn't front and centre in any of the discretion matters for discretion that are regarding the rules that are triggered by the application. And so if you're being cute about it, you could say, well, we don't need to worry about heritage because it's not available to you to consider as a restricted discretionary activity. You have a full assessment from Mr. Sol as if it were fully discretionary or if it were a non-compliant activity. But there's no difference in terms of the material we have regarding heritage, in my view, if matters considered discretionary as opposed to restricted discretionary. And the same is true, in my view, with respect to the landscape assessment. So Mr. Milne has confined himself to simply the discrete matters, if you like, that fall to consideration under restricted discretionary activity, where it's simply the amenity of the neighbouring of the neighbouring area. He's considered that good. He's considered these distant views and the impact on landscape, natural features, visual amenity as well. So, in my view, that's why I say I don't think it really matters a great deal in terms of the range of effects that come into play by discretionary activity.
I understand that. That wasn't really my question. It was the information's been put in front of us, but in terms of our consideration of the relevant factors, if we determine that the wider landscape effects are significantly adverse, I guess what I'm getting at is how do we weight that in terms of the criteria for in the current planning, which apparently don't relate to the wider landscape impact. So we've got the information, we've got the evidence. How do we deal with the findings in terms of the framework, RDA versus full discretion? And I guess my question was, from a legal point of view, are we still able to consider those wider effects and let that influence our decision making?
In my view, if it's a discretionary activity, then your discretion is not fettered.
Okay, well that's what I mean.
Not fettered. The amount of weight you give to certain things might be influenced in terms of your statutory assessment, section 1B, and what matters are given greater consideration as compared to others.
Yes, so it's a weighting exercise. As Ms. Royce said to us. Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me with that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That was the only thing I had at this stage. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. I have no further questions for you at this point. Thank you very much for talking through those key issues as you see them. And I guess now it's talking about next steps.
Yes.
So we would like to have a look across the evidence and the submissions we've heard and the evidence from submitters as well, and get a list together of the things we'd like you to cover in your right of reply. And from there, we would invite a right of reply, obviously. What in terms of timing would suit us for post hearing?
Yeah, well, it's probably how long do you think it might take? But yeah, to respond. Well, have you got any idea how long it might take to reply?
Well, I think depending upon what's in your
true.
What you were asking for me to address, I would say 2 weeks would be a reasonable amount of time for the reply.
Okay. Okay.
Is there anything in relation to the conditions that are concerned that, would like to specifically the directions on, which might have been a bit to and fro on those? Do you anticipate that being addressed in your minute, and for, the applicant to provide further suite of consent conditions?
Yes, that's right. As part of that process, we would signal if we had any specific questions. And notwithstanding that, as part of the right of reply, applicant comment on the amended conditions put forward by Ms. Royce today.
Yes.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Are there any further matters you wish to talk to before we adjourn?
Nothing further from me. Thank you for hearing the application, and look forward to your further minute.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to the conclusion of hearing of submissions. We will now adjourn the hearing. The next steps, as we've just been discussing with the applicant, is that Commissioner Ray and myself will look across the evidence that we have heard and read, and we will, what's the word? Right. What's that? Yes, yes. So consider the consider where we're if we're satisfied we have enough evidence to cover the range of issues in front of us. At that point, we'll write a post-hearing minute where we'll detail the information we'd like. If there is any additional information that we require, we would detail that in the post-hearing minute. Otherwise, we would expect a written right of reply. The applicant has indicated that around 2 weeks might be an appropriate time frame. So, yes, that is the next steps.
That'll be sent out to the party.
That's right. That will be circulated to all parties to proceedings. Once we are satisfied we have all the information that we require, then we will formally close the public part of the hearing process and then proceed to make it deliberations and the making of a decision. Fantastic. Thank you everyone for your time. It's been a big couple of days. Thank you very much.